Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
I've joined twice, so if you could promote. Oh, never mind. You already did. Thank you.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole, hey, Nicole, hey, Nicole, hey, Nicole, hey, Nicole.
Hi. Yeah. I'll raise my hand on another one. Could you promote that one also? I joined twice. Thank you.
Unmute, there we go. All right. So, is it all down here? Yeah, you've got them all in the browser.
I got your first product.
Just the first one?
Mhm.
Did you download the agenda
Yep, it's right there in that file. Right
in
there.
this folder?
If you just go back one.
These are the public comment.
Mhm.
Probably still showing my screen.
Bethany, this is Chris Carter. We're trying to find. Are you off Segundo Street? We're right down here, but we checked the water district building, but that wasn't
Oh,
correct.
can somebody go outside and stand out front? Thanks. It's Segundo and Faraday.
And Faraday?
There's somebody standing out in a white jacket.
Okay, we're gonna
out
get
front.
back. Okay, we'll be on Segundo in a second, driving
East.
east.
You need to give me the share.
Just don't start without me.
I won't.
Okay, we'll be right there. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, thank you. All right. Okay. I'm just, yeah, we'll just do this.
And you have a copy of the agenda right there in minutes as well.
Okay. Get your mail. Well, I'll just put this one on your face. But you can, Justin. Please.
Appreciate it.
All right. You're washable.
Oh, I've watched plenty of these masks throughout the.
You can see it, see?
Mhm. You are prepared.
I try.
I brought my little backpack. I probably get full of yours.
This has more life in it. Okay. Yeah, you can see. Did you find them?
Yeah, they're coming.
Okay.
It was funny, they were right in front of me as we were pulling out. Had they followed me here, they would have.
They would found it, right. They're from San Luis County.
They're from home, oh, really? Nice place.
They don't know the valley like the back of their hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning.
I had to come in and I was avoiding the traffic and solving, so I went north and jiggled around and came back out and waited a couple people.
Are you
And
guys the applicants for item number one?
It's a hard, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then you're.
these are the architects.
Oh, we're gonna go through the standard agenda and then we'll go through that.
Great. Okay. Let me find the agenda.
There.
This one? All right. Okay. You guys ready? Alan and Robin? You ready?
Ready.
Okay. Are you recording? You got everything
Mhm.
going?
YouTube's going.
Okay. All right, I'd like to call the Central Board of Architectural Review, October 14th, 2022, hearing to order. I'm just gonna scroll down the agenda here. This is just, we'll do presentation by the applicant, questions by the board for clarification, public comment, additional response by applicant or staff, board consideration of findings and conditions of approval, and then we'll go into motions. That's the order. Is there anyone present virtually or in person who has a public comment that is regarding an item that is not on today's agenda?
Please raise your hand. Seeing none?
All right, let's go to the agenda status report. Jonathan.
I have nothing to put on for the agenda status report.
Okay, the September 16th, 2022 minutes. Just a second, I'll get those up there. These are minutes that were from the last hearing, and there we go.
Madam Chair, I was not present, so I will.
You'll abstain? Okay. That's fine because we've already edited for content. Does anybody have any comment on the minutes that, do any of us have any comment on the minutes? Yes, Robin?
Number 2, item number 2,
Yep,
just put a period after exposure and a capital on windows for a separate sentence.
you got that, Nicole?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's all I found.
Okay, everything looks good. Most of the stuff was no action taken, so. Yep, and that's when we adjourn. All right, perfect. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes as amended. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. That was Alan and,
Can we
Denise?
approve minutes on 2 members' votes?
yes, we have a quorum. They didn't vote no, they voted abstain.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to, I went over this yesterday. I had to make sure because I knew we were gonna have this situation. Okay, let's go back to the agenda.
All right,
Thank you.
go ahead.
CBAR members informational briefings. I have 2 items. One is regard the calendar for next year. It's essentially the same as this year, except for it hits my husband and my birthday. So that'll be fun. As far as the second and more critical item is that the law that that requires us essentially to be in our seats as long as we're having a hybrid, and the board members have to be here in person, or wherever they are connecting remotely from has to be noticed. It has to be accessible to the public. They have to provide services for the public. It's just it's an adjunct basically to the hearing room, and you have to have insurance and all that other good stuff. And you have to publish the address, has to be posted. So it makes it impossible basically for a board member to commute remotely.
That's why we can't hear
It makes it very difficult for a board member to actually attend remotely. There is a new, weird, very narrowly confined and very vague law that will go into effect January 1st. It won't change the situation appreciably for any of us. It has to do with emergencies. Now, why, if you had a family emergency, you'd wish to attend the board virtually? I don't know. But supposedly it is, but it has to be medically documented. You have to inform the authority. It really changes the status, not a whit. But I thought I'd let everybody know. Member recusals. You have to recuse
number 9.
number 6, I think it
Choose
is.
number 6.
Okay. That's Denise Johns. I don't think anybody else has anything. Staff update, you're on, Nicole.
Good morning. Just a few items coming up on the projection report. In the Orcutt area off of Rice Ranch Road, the county PC is hearing a project, Keyside 17 Senior Housing Project. That's on October 25th, the county PC. Then on November 2nd at the county PC, they'll be hearing the Highway 101 widening project for the segment that primarily goes through the Montecito area. They'll also be hearing a zoning ordinance amendments package from long range planning and a disadvantaged unincorporated community amendments package to the land use element of the comprehensive plan. I don't have a I don't have a ton of information on those two items, so I'd say take a look at our website for the County Planning Commission if you're interested. So those are the items coming up that might be of a countywide interest or regional interest for your board. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so standard agenda, item S1, 22 bar 93 Rancho Luis boarding and training facility. We did complete that site visit. It is in fact why we were starting the meeting late. It was solely for our fact finding and doing that. We looked at all of the structures I think that are proposed. So let's start with item number 1, 22 bar 93 Rancho Luis boarding and training facility. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to have the applicant make a presentation. I'll have the plans up on the screen up here, so you can refer to that. You can turn that lectern a little bit if you need to. We'll go through the plans. Once you finish your presentation, I'll see if there's any questions from the board that are for clarification about an item. This is not meant to be a discussion. It's just a quick answer kind of thing. Then we'll go to public comment. Public comment, each speaker, you need to submit a speaker slip. I see there are several here, but if you haven't submitted one, Jonathan, where are they?
Right over there on the table.
Okay. If you are attending virtually and wish to speak, simply raise your hand. And I think, how's that?
Yeah, 7 attendees in our public.
Okay, and if you're attending via phone, it's
Star 6.
*6 to raise your hand. Okay, so when I call for public comment, please go ahead and do that. And what we'll do is we'll go through all the in-person, and then I'll probably do the virtual afterwards. You will be limited to 3 minutes each public comment. And I'm kind of ruthless because I want everybody to speak, but we got to get through them. So we're going to do that. It helps us enormously if you focus your comments, members of the public, to regarding this board's purview. We are looking as I've mentioned before, we're looking at site plan, we're looking at mass bulk scale of the structures, we're looking at sometimes site circulation, we look at colors and materials, style somewhere in there. Those are the kind of items that we're looking at. We are not looking at things such as whether this is a legal operation, how many visits, some of the other stuff. We do look at lighting, exterior lighting. We don't deal with interiors of the structures. It's your 3 minutes, use it however you like. But those are the best way to help us do our job. And then after the public comment closes, we'll come back to the board, we'll have our discussion, and we'll take our action as appropriate. Although this is here for conceptual review, so there's no actual formal action. Okay, take it away, sir.
All right. Good morning, board members. Chair Cloud, thanks for having us. My name is CJ Horstman, representing MW Architects and the client here. We've been working with James and his family to help navigate this CUP process and capture the totality that's occurring and may occur on this property. Most of the process has been involved working closely with planning staff to document existing ag-exempt structures and provide formalized operation information for the long-standing ag uses on the site. And all this is to demonstrate compliance with the land use ordinance. And we're here again today. We were actually back here in June. This is the second time this hearing to discuss 4 structures that are being proposed to support these operations and anticipate potential future uses that are consistent with the historic and allowed uses on the site. If you could go to TP 2.2 on the screen, it's going to be the most clear as far as my presentation. So
I think this is 2.2.
These are the 4 structures in orange. That should be out there. That's not there, but the 4 structures in orange are the 4 structures that we're discussing. We had a site walk this
Yes.
morning. We got to see all 4 of these locations staked out. And I just wanted to walk through. Last time we were here.
If you call them out, I'll point them out.
Yeah, sounds good. Back in June, there were a couple of comments that we made some updates to these plans to address. And so let's just start with DP 6.1. So this building is building number W. This was the first site we visited this morning on our walk. The comments from the board last time around involved material change. We had proposed a corrugated metal rusted siding to this building. We responded to those comments by making the building more consistent with the existing agrarian vertical white siding, standing seam metal roof that's gray to match existing trim, and then gray trim accents that also match the adjacent two buildings. This spans between two existing stable buildings that are very similar in style.
Okay. And can I just interrupt you? Can you look at the screen? Is this the edge of the one stable
Yeah.
building and this is the edge of the other?
Correct. On the
Okay.
north elevation there, you see the building spanning between the two. There's a pass through underneath that gable end, yep, that provides circulation through to the other buildings that we're talking about. All lighting on this will be night sky compliant, downward facing, of course, as required by. This is a tractor barn on the ground floor, and on the top is an employee attic. Second building, let's go to the second change we had to make was building X, DP 8. This was a building that was on the proposed site plan on our last hearing, however, did not have elevations developed. So let me walk you through the style of this building. As you can see from these elevations, it is a low-lying one-story building. We went with the same similar green corrugated standing seam metal roof to match other buildings on site. And then the green accent trim is also consistent with the other buildings on site as well. The other structures, if you go back to DP 2.2.
So just to clarify, this was the first one we saw here. And this is the one we just saw?
Yes, and that one, we did not have elevations developed or submitted on time for the last. So those are the only two changes from our last presentation. We'll walk you through the other
Okay.
buildings. So let's go down to that
Did you say
building.
the elevation of that? Since, I have no idea.
Elevation or height?
Or height, yeah.
Would you like to hear the height of that?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. The height of the proposed building X. Let me get there, yeah, should be on. That one's not the one we were asked about, but if you zoom into the elevation tag there, I'll try to show it.
Oh, you wanted 8? Wanted this one?
Yeah, that would be the one, the maximum height on that.
Just for future reference, if you tell us the square footage and the height of the buildings as we look at them, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, 13'6.5". At the ridge.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back to the site plan here on DP 2.2. Building number S, which is the winery building.
Which sheet was that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
2.2.
Thank you. It's gonna be this one.
Yeah, this is the. This
There's
is the
3.
building that we're talking about.
There you
This
go.
building hasn't changed since our last presentation. The board seemed to be consistent with that. The height of this building at the maximum ridge is 26'8". And then the final building we'll discuss today is number T. It's on the lower portion of the site. This building. Let me get there.
Well, you get there. This was T we just looked at. This is a pad here.
Yeah.
We walked by that on site, and then we're gonna look at T here.
Building T, 14-foot high at the ridge. This is on the lower portion of the site. It looks nearly identical to the existing building adjacent. Again, green trim, white vertical siding. This one will have an asphalt roof, shingle roof as the other existing building has that as well. I have with us on Zoom, we have the client, the property owner, if there's any questions for him. And I'm available for any questions that the board has. Thank you very much. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, does the property owner need to say anything as part of your presentation?
Not at this point, just here to answer any questions since we had an introduction of this.
Okay, quickly before you step away, I noticed on site and here in this picture, we're looking at something that's fairly blue. And you guys are talking about green. Can you kind of explain how that's?
Oh, on the printout there? Yeah, it's green. I think that photo must have some reason.
Because it looks,
It looks bright blue, I'm seeing it on the print.
The goat shed looked kind of blue too.
That's the gray. So there's two different trim colors across this site. One is gray
Okay,
and one is green. This lower building has a green trim type. I think that's just a poor rendered. trim
Okay.
type that photo.
okay. And do we have the goat shed?
We do have the goat shed. The goat shed is an existing as-built building. Let me get to the-
Meantime, this is W, I think. This is the one with the pass-through.
Goat shed DP7, this is built, so on our site visit, we walked by this building, we documented the existing height being 12-foot maximum there. And the square footage of this building, as I said, one of our objectives has been to document ag exempt buildings. This one was slightly over the square footage required for ag exempt, so we documented the existing as-built structure for the record. And this also serves to give you a real life look at the trim levels and such that are on the site.
Okay. Ford? Anybody have any other questions for clarification? Nope.
I had a question about the structure. That was the first structure we saw that's near the trailer pad. I was wondering if that was affected by hillside ridgeline.
Does it trigger hillside ridgeline is what she's asking. Because do you have a 16-foot fall within 100 foot of any point of the structure?
So there's a couple things that we believe are exempt from hillside ridgeline on that structure. First being the reason for the drop is because of the drainage.
That's an exemption that must be made by P and D.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, yes, it
Well,
is.
The second exemption is it's the visibility from the private side, not public side.
That's
No.
not an exemption. So it's
Not
subject to
an
hillside
exemption.
ridgeline, and so you get 16 feet in height plus a 3 foot for a 3 and 1 or 4 and 1. I can't remember. 4 and 12. Thank you. 4 and 12 pitch in the roof. So that would give you 19 feet. Okay, you'll need to document on your plans for us on a site plan. You'll need to show us, yeah, we'll need to see the train, and instead of your elevations being the way they are, you're gonna need to show us how you're addressing that, because I noticed the same thing on the site visit, it drops off under the stakes. So you're gonna need to show us how that actually sits on the in situ situation, right? We're getting into deliberation, sorry, this is why I have to be so rigid, because I just wander off in the weeds.
What is that structure called?
That's the winery storage building.
Yeah, and that's S or X? What's the letter on that one?
That one is. That's
I got it right, okay.
That's 4,200 square feet. That building.
I think that's what he said. Okay, so, any other questions?
Can I just ask to?
Not quite yet. Anything else, board? Okay, so let's do, we're gonna do public comment, and you can ask all of your questions. It's gonna be frustrating for you, because he's not gonna jump up and answer them. So lay out your questions, and all that other stuff. And what you're doing is you're bringing these up, and then we come back and ask him, okay? But we tend not to ask him about things that aren't in our purview. So if it's within our purview and it pertains to what we're talking about, then we will probably follow up on it in our comments in one form or another. We're not ignoring you, I promise. We listen. It helps also if you are directly adjacent to the property. I'm going to leave this up. And if you can kind of tell us, if you're located close by, if you give us an approximation of where you are, it helps us to understand where you live. Now, I will tell you, private views and that kind of thing, they're not protected. That's not what we look at. We're going to be looking at public, so we're going to be looking mostly at, views from along Ballard Canyon and the like, okay? But we are sensitive to how things interact. So go ahead, give it your best shot. Jonathan, who we got first?
Louis Geyser.
Now step up to the podium, speak loudly, because the microphone's way over here by me.
Across the street, across Allen County,
You're over here.
we have 40 acres.
Okay,
40 acres, Allen County, and a piece of the property on the other side of Allen County. Border in the same border as the family.
okay,
I have submitted a little letter.
Yep.
to the Board. I submitted 2 photographs of what we look at, apparently they don't care, but I'm not. And
I didn't say we didn't care, I said it's not part of our purview.
doesn't seem to- I'm not quite sure what you believe with. The answer is simple. We are looking at what these photographs have now. And we used to be looking at what that is, trees and landscape. Your purview is such that you can compare up and landscapes and put up this kind of garden. And it gets that the purview should be changed. It certainly doesn't sound like your purview is matching the hope on the what supervisors have adopted that you should be doing, making sure that the neighborhood does not degrade itself. And that's what's happening here. This is a normal neighborhood. Nobody wants in the world, except what he's doing to his neighbor. And doing so, he is exposed major structures that are terrible, and by looking at them, and they affect the value of the properties next to them. And that's part of the equation. The fact of the matter is that most of them, I put a little corner from Scott about one practice to be seen. And it sounds like funny, but it's not, because the perception is buildings that are ugly and for them. When you take the landscaping down, leave the landscaping up, put landscaping up, at least be required to put landscaping up. So people in the neighborhood don't have to look at this trash. You know, you can ask any questions you want. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, up next, we have Renee Solnick.
I am 117 of the Mesa Hills neighborhood. And I feel this huge project certainly affects me tremendously. I worry, and I don't know if you're going to say this isn't why we're here, but the approach, the long private road to get to this large project takes up all of my neighborhood. And I'm so concerned about the traffic, the water use that a project like this is going to require. And it's taking away from the happiness and the safety that I enjoy. You talk about them having 25 acres like I have. The big thrust of their building is only on the upper level. And we're only talking about this tremendous project. I'm not, just off the top of my head, are we talking about 15 acres? That's a lot going on. And the view that we're going to have for my property, I'm going to see now second stories of probably 2 or 3 buildings. It takes away from the mountain view, the sunsets, all the important reasons that I live in this wonderful area. We're going to have to upgrade our water system, and a big assessment. I, as a lone person living on 25 acres, sadly, that I'm alone, is a little off balance when you see what will be required to take care of the staff house, the 4,200 square foot barn, which I don't quite understand the necessity, because there's been no additional grapes installed, and what's been planted and what's been there now is handling it. So the need for the the 4,200 square foot barn, to me, is very questionable. And I'm lastly going to ask, if a CUP is granted, and I hope not, if and when they decide, maybe this is an overwhelming business and we want to sell it, if new people come in and buy it as a business that's available for a business, could they put in any other kind of business? These are my concerns. And even the cabana, that is so distant from where the pool is, just like the vineyard barn is so far away from where the vineyards are. I just don't feel secure in what's being presented and what I have to face for probably years of this being developed.
Thank you
Thanks
for your
listening
comments.
to
Thank
me.
you. Next up, we have Irene. She's Renee Cunningham. I'm sorry, Irene Cunningham.
I'm part of Macy Hills, not directly adjacent, but on the other side of Macy Hills. And my concerns are the density. Seems like there are so many buildings and two-story buildings, the size of the buildings. And the distance from the grapes to where the vineyard storage is that going to be on our private road? The trucks going there, I don't know how we're gonna get to the vineyard storage, and there aren't that many grapes planted, so it just seems a little like overkill. So it's just a huge impact on our rural neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Tanja Giles.
I live adjacent to the property. with
You're
the
right
huge-
here, right?
The huge
Yes.
fence, yes. And so it all concerns me because I moved to a rural neighborhood for a reason, not to have a business next to me. But for this meeting, storage or the barn utility storage X is directly across from my home. These two properties do not align very well for somebody to put in a business next to somebody trying to live a peaceful, tranquil life. I don't believe that any of these structures are in line with the neighborhood and conducive to any neighbors other than the Phelan's. It degrades and devalues our property. This is something that I will have to disclose if I want to sell my property. It's trying to squeeze a ton of buildings onto such a small piece of his property. And it's just, you saw the property, it's all hodgepodge. And there is not enough grapes to support a 4,200 square foot vineyard farm. A property right next to us, when you drove in and saw all the grapes in the vineyard, they requested a 500 square foot barn for their grapes. I don't believe that's what that's going to be used for. He's applying for an equestrian business, and we have CC&Rs that says he can't do this if you'd like a copy of it. This is a private road maintained by 17 property owners in Mesa Hills.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have John Legatino.
Thank you for your time. My wife seemed to cover a great deal of everything I wanted to say, which is usual. But we moved to this area in 2014 with my two daughters who were 7 years old at the time. We moved up there for peace, for security, and safety. Mr. Phelan moved in, and it has been a nightmare since day one. He continues to build on his property, invading our privacy. Our road is consistently traveled by clients of theirs. I'm upset and I'm sad that all this is happening. but I didn't bring this on. When Mr. Phelan first moved in, I greeted him as a great neighbor. I actually gave him 2 goats as a housewarming gift. He's continued to do nothing but slam stuff in my face. That fence that you saw, which you guys refused to walk down my driveway with, is abhorrent. It is the worst thing. It is like living in a Nazi concentration camp. Thank you very much for doing this to us. I spent a lot of money on this property. This man is degrading my property, he's devaluing my property, and I've had it. We are here today as residents of Mesa Hills, which is a HOA. It is a private community. That road is privately funded. Why is he entitled to do all this and take advantage of all these people? We are all elderly here, okay? Nobody is working jobs. These are elderly people living on their last leg, okay? Why do we have to put up with this? It is your responsibility, as well as the supervisors, to stop this crap. I'm sorry for the language, but that's all this is. He is trying to benefit and make money for himself at our downside. It is unfair. I've asked you guys to look at my property and see what it looks like to live in my living room and look out towards his property. It is horrible. We used to have a beautiful view as we sent those pictures. We had views of the sunset, the mountains. It was gorgeous. This man took it away from us. Never asking. Just took it from us. That is wrong. I happen to like James as a person, but I think he is a horrible individual to do this to people and to do this to his neighbors. It is rude, it is inconsistent, and he should pack up and leave. I am sorry to say that, but I would like you guys to be in my shoes, to see it from my side of the fence. It is horrible. It is just a tragedy. And I won't stop here. I'll tell you this. This will not be the last time you'll hear from me, because this is wrong. This should never have happened. Thank you.
Sir, you timed that beautifully.
We have Bruce Griffin.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks for hearing.
I am ranching this property, and I know the concerns of the people around, what they say, might be something wrong with. In regards to the gentleman here, I don't know his name is such a the trees that were on the property weren't removed by James Stephen. So he wasn't degrading the look of the property. And second of all, in regards to John's comment, he knew exactly what was coming into into Phoenix property.
That's not true. That's a lie.
Yeah, it's his time. He can say whatever he wants.
And how I can verify this is that he took me on his ATV around his property and said, if I needed any more additional land to use, he might consider letting me use it. Okay, so he was well aware that I was coming. So not like it was a surprise. So if he had any concerns, he could have spoke up. And second, I think it's bad behavior of people when they don't speak to their neighbors and talk to them about the problems that they have before turning them into authorities. And I was really surprised that this was happening. And I think that it's just despicable. I think this is Mickey Mouse behavior and shouldn't be put up with. And the thing that I like, if they would get together as neighbors and try to hash this thing out first, and then if James refuses to cooperate, then do what you have to do to protect yourself. I never think that's only right, but this kind of behavior is not acceptable in my book. You gotta act like human beings, not like a bunch of idiots. And I apologize if I'm offending anybody. In this case, I think James will do anything, and like in regards to this gentleman's problem, can I ask your name, please? Mr. Geiser? Mr. Geiser had a request because he didn't like the color of James' barn. James took the initiative to change the color just because he didn't like it. If it was me, he wouldn't have got anything. But James is the kind of guy that will stand up and do anything for anybody. And I hope that the board will look at this whole thing in regards to, is it right for him? And is it right for the neighbors?
Do you benefit from this?
Do I benefit? Of course you
Sir,
Sir, this is not
sir.
back and forth. We were very kind letting you speak.
I apologize. I apologize. I'm not
And
used to
I just think we need to work on fairness. And John and Tonya and Renee and Mr. Geiser, if you guys would get together as human beings, talk this thing out, and then come back to the board with a reasonable resolution to this thing, I think that would be fair to all parties in the hand. So.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. That's for our public comment speakers, if anybody else.
We had 2 raised hands earlier.
Okay, I'm gonna call on our Zoom people attending. Christine
Frankie,
Frankie.
I think.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
We can, go for it.
Okay, I've had a little trouble hearing some of the comments, but I just want to speak on behalf of the Phelans. Obviously there's lots of things that need to be worked out, but I've known them for nearly 10 years and they are kind, thoughtful, considerate. They've any projects that they've ever done in San Marino have major attention to detail and attempting to blend with the architecture or existing things that are around. And I mean, I understand that there is a debate, but I don't like hearing people going after each other like I'm hearing. It's not appropriate. It's poisoning these conversations. And my hope is that some of these false things are going to be figured out soon, because I happen to know that when they purchased the property, there was a nice row of trees. And it is my understanding that those were taken down by the neighbor, which is unfortunate because I do imagine that probably affected your view. So I just hope that all of the facts come out. I hope that there's a compromise that can be reached on all of these different things, because you all chose that area for different reasons. And my hope is that everyone will continue to be able to enjoy it the way they see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Once you finish the public comment. Kim Bobish. Would you like to make a public comment?
Yes, this is Jason Blanton and Jim Bobish, both were residents at 836 Ballard Canyon Road. And the first thing I'd like to do is just kind of relay that I don't believe most of John's comments address the issue at hand here at all, which relates to the C-bar and the design of the structures. And so I think that was inappropriate. In addition to that, I have to take exception to the fact of many things that he said, like the fact that I'm missing a work meeting to be here attending this meeting now. So the idea that we're all retirees that are sitting here just, in the prime of our life, waiting for the twilight, whatever it is, that's a ridiculous comment, just absolutely ridiculous. In this case, this was one of the reasons we moved to the property. It's ridiculous for a neighbor to intercede on what's allowed by the county. If this is allowable by the county, step off and mind your own business. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes.
may I only make a suggestion? Spend a few minutes and clearly give what our purview is in this meeting.
Yes, I can, but I need to make sure we are out of public speakers.
Is there anybody else in the public that would like to make a public comment? If you are calling in, please press *6 on your phone to raise your hand. I believe we are through with the public commenters.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everybody got a chance. Okay,
Member of the public would like to know if you could come stream the views from the sunset from the public comment.
I can, but I can tell you right now that views from private property are not a part of our purview.
Well, they're talking about the trees. I wanted to show you the trees that they're talking about.
I have a bunch of upside down pictures, it looks like.
Bethany,
I said I have a bunch of upside down pictures. These are pictures that were attached to,
I don't know if there's any issues.
yeah.
Number 13. That's it.
13. Okay, and given that there's been a lot of comments and some questions, I will give you an opportunity here, but let me just go back and reiterate what our purview is.
Can I got your purview right here. It's written in ink.
Sir, I've closed public comment and I need to go ahead and move on. And if that's from your letter, sir, it was on the screen while you were speaking. I was scrolling through it and following your comments. So our purview is, with regard to views, is from public roads. And so the long entrance driveway is not part of ours. We do not get into what are typically land use issues. That would need to be addressed to the planner or other decision maker. If there's one, the planner can comment on that. I think she's attending, or Nicole can, as soon as I'm finished here. But for example, you're talking about water, traffic, whether there can be a business there, whether the business can be assumed. I don't even have answers to a lot of those questions because it's not something we deal with. Whether they, even whether that barn that they're building for vineyard and whether the vineyard supports the justification of the square footage of the use of the barn, that's planning. It's not us. We look at the style of the barn. We look at hillside ridgeline. We look at colors. We look at, it sometimes dovetails into some grading. So there's some interplay, but these are all things that there is no interplay. CC&Rs, they don't concern us and probably don't even concern the planning department. So it's a civil issue, as it's been explained to me. As far as like things like the goat shed that were built without a permit and they're too big to be exempted, those are coming to us and that's why, is because it is a part of our purview. So these are the things that we're going to be looking at. I'd like to give the applicant, I'll give you 3 minutes if you want to go ahead and make a response. And then I'd like to come back to, I'd like to ask the planner if she has anything to input at this point. And then I'm going to come back to the board and get our comments. All right, go, sir.
All right, thank you again. Thank you for your time, board. We're working with James to navigate the process of the CUP. This is one stop on the road. And the 4 structures we're talking about today are to anticipate potential future uses that are consistent with historic and allowed uses on the site. As far as the concern of the board here, it sounded like the ridge line was the topic of interest. So I'll just give a couple of points on that. The 16-foot drop within 100 foot is due to topographic variations directly resulting from water flow or runoff. I know this process will have to go through on that, so we're happy to document on our plans elevation information and things like that. The architecture of that building in question has been designed in a way that gradually steps up from a single story to 2-story, and minimizing that second floor massing. Second floor falls in line with surrounding massing of the structure, both on James site and adjacent sites. So there are that site 2.2, we can see neighboring property to the south there has larger barns towards that portion of the property. So we try to keep our larger barns in consistent alignment on that side. And then from public views from Valley Canyon, as far as that's concerned, the steep drop off and the small oak trees really screen most of what's proposed from the public view in this case. Happy to answer any more questions on your end, but it sounds like we need to add a couple more things to our plans to clarify.
We'll give you very good direction, I hope. Okay, thank you very much. Jacqueline? You wanna
Yes, good
unmute?
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Cloud. Nice to meet you, members of the review board, and hello, members of the public. My name is Jaxie Barra. I'm the planning and development planner on the project. And I just wanted to clarify the planning process for the members of the public to address some of your comments. That the potential environmental impacts of the project will be fully analyzed in the project's environmental document. Right now, planning and development is preparing an initial study to determine what CEQA route that document is going to take. And then as far as policy consistency with the county's land use and development plan, the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan, other regulatory codes and regulations, that will all be fully analyzed in the forthcoming staff report. And the environmental impacts, the environmental documents will be released for public review. So the public will have a chance to review and comment that before it's finalized. The staff report will also be available when that's ready. And those documents will be ready further along when the project gets ready to be heard in front of the Planning Commission, which is the actual decision maker on this project. And if anyone has questions about the planning process, I'm more than happy to talk to you and work you through that process. But right now we're a little, I would say, in the early stages of the game as far as planning for the environmental document and the staff report that will be forthcoming later down the road. Thank you.
Okay, and just to clarify, Jax, your email is listed on the agenda underneath the item?
It is, yes.
And that's an excellent way to get a hold of her if you haven't
Yes.
already.
Hey, this
Okay.
is Nicole. Sorry to jump in, but
No worries, jump in.
Jax, did you want to address the question about whether the project is eligible for, is subject to Hillside Ridgeline or is eligible for that exception due to the topographical change?
Nicole, I think I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay.
If Jack wants to chime in, she can, but I'm gonna go into that in depth.
Okay, go ahead, Chair Clow. Thank you. I have no comment on that at this time.
Thank you. Okay, and just to tie back in, because this is going to the Planning Commission, we are very early in the process. This is one of many public hearings that are going to occur on this project. Actually, it's the second of many public hearings. It's going to come back to us. What we typically do is we take the project to the point where we would be taking a preliminary action, granting preliminary approval. We, because of the way this dovetails with the Planning Commission process of review, we take it to that level, we hold our action in abeyance. And at that point, it goes to the Planning Commission for their decision. Okay. And in the interim, as Jax mentioned, there's a whole bunch of reports and studies and things that'll happen as well. At that point, when it goes to the Planning Commission, they will have a staff report, all that kind of stuff. It'll be a hearing or more than one, I don't know, but at least one. They'll take public comment, all those kinds of things. A lot of the issues, like 90% of this, of the comments, and a lot of your concern falls into the 90% that's the Planning Commission. We're maybe 5%. And the other is, somebody else. But most of this is within the Planning Commission's purview. And they can actually do something. Our purview is very limited. Our findings are restricted and are very specific. So that's what we're going to be looking at. I know it can be frustrating, but it feels like everything's rushing ahead, but it isn't. I promise you, they've got a long road to go. Once the Planning Commission takes their action, it comes back to us. We then take our preliminary action, taking into effect whatever changes the Planning Commission may or may not have made. And that's why it comes back to us. We take our action, we take our final action, and then they have land use and CUP and LUP and all kinds of stuff going on at the same time. But that's how it all dovetails together. So this is not, and as I mentioned earlier, this is here for conceptual review. This is not something that is going to be decided here today and they're off and running. That's not going to happen. So, okay. Alan, do you or Robin want to start with your comments?
No.
Or do you want me to do Hillside? You want to talk about the Hillside Ridgeline first? Okay. So there are a couple of exemptions for Hillside Ridgeline. Most times, I'm not aware of how often P&Z makes their exemption. I do know that in the times that it's almost always the project does come to us first, and he gets flagged as Hillside Ridgeline, and we talk about it. I'm not seeing a drainage area. The only thing I can think you might be talking about is like through here, but that's not a constraint. You could move your building back. You could move it to the side, up, down, whatever. And so I don't really see it there. Now, I don't know what P&D is going to say, but they tend to want something like a blue line creek, right? Which then puts you right square back in front of us. And you're going to have to do the documentation anyway, right? For them as well as us. Because we usually are the ones who are looking at it. I will tell you right now, we are very stingy with our exemptions. Very stingy. We get down to inches. Okay. And we will have, if that's the case, and the way depending on what direction you decide to go and what tools you employ, we can get into quantities of grading. We can get into, there's a whole lot of tools and a whole lot of approaches. So this is going to be an interesting conversation. I will tell you right now that the way the Hillside Ridgeline is calculated, you have your slope, your knoll here, so to speak. You're trying to put your building kind of in it. So we want to know, are you grading down in? What's happening there? And the way you calculate it is you take that landform, and this is most easily done with 3D modeling. Take that landform, however that is, and then you can imagine it projected 16 feet in the air. You can't pierce that. There's a 4 and 12 pitch. You get an extra 3 feet, so you get 19 feet. There's also, you should read the actual ordinance. There's some words in there about projections and all this other stuff. The planner can help you as to, when that applies and doesn't, and how it's interpreted. A lot of people come in and go, yeah, I got a second story, and it's only a 10% projection. Yeah, that doesn't work. It has to be empty. I mean, yes, it has to be an architectural projection. So that's what we're going to be looking at, and we'll be really interested to see kind of how you choose to approach that particular location for that building and how you tweak it, and you will need to demonstrate to us.
The site section of the building.
Site sections are handy. A lot of times, if you do the 3D modeling, I noticed you had some.
We have a 3D model that we can throw in there and kind of do
these, yeah, because you've already got these where you're doing your 3D renderings and you're giving us some shots. Those are really helpful. It really helps us to see what's going on. You might, while you're at it, take a close look and make sure that none of these other buildings have a 16-foot fall within. And it's the fall, not the rise. We're looking at the fall. But just standing out on site, I didn't see an opening for P&D's exemption, but that was me. And I don't make it, so I don't get to decide, but it didn't feel like that to me.
We'll work on documenting as you guys need to see.
Okay. All right. So comments? Speak loudly. Microphone's over here.
Can we ask another question?
Sorry, no, we have to keep going.
Given that our purview is from the public view, meaning with the road going up to Dollar Canyon,
Mhm.
but not your private road, there are certain issues with the color, size, bulk, scale, and light illumination. So those are the things that I'm looking at. And I don't, the structure S, given that we have the hillside ridge line to figure out, I'm not going to comment on that. The pad for the trailer, I have no issues with. The shed that wasn't permitted, I have no issues.
The goat shed,
With that.
the goat shed.
Goat shed, I have no issues with that. However, the structure that's in the main barnyard, and I'm not sure which that one is called.
I think that's W.
W.
Hi, this is Nicole. Sorry. For the
You're
notes,
having trouble hearing Robin.
a little bit of trouble, but I guess the main thing is for the notes, could you, or for the minutes, could you identify the structure? Each structure in the project description has a letter assigned to it, W, X, Y, Z.
Yep, and that's what she was trying to do. So she was talking about building S. She had no problem with, I'm not sure what the goat shed is. Is that X?
That's a utility barn. According to the
S,
project.
S as in Sam is the vineyard storage. W is the one that Robin was just about to talk about.
Okay, do you want me to document which ones you do not have an issue with and give me all those letters for the structure?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
We'll get back to you on the goat shed in a minute.
Okay, although I don't know if you guys want to see if that's the position of the whole board before I write that there's.
I'll sum up for you, Nicole.
Okay, thanks.
Z as in Zed is the goat shed. All right, Robin, take it away. You're talking about W.
I was wondering about the use of this structure, the upstairs use.
There's a question to you.
That's an ag employee dwelling, so it'll be an on-site, an ag employee.
I would like to see that roof line broken up and potentially that the window box that comes out, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that changed. I think it could have a much nicer appearance and look more like a home, and even breaking up the windows.
So it's the can I clarify? A continuous roof pitch, like in the long direction that you like to see that.
Broken up.
She's saying break that roof up and the facade.
Maybe
along
with
with
a clear.
Hey, you guys, having a back and forth conversation, I can't hear what's going on.
I understand. Robin had asked him a question and so I just need that you answered the question, so I need to get her comments so that Nicole can get her comments. So go ahead, Robin.
I'd like to see the top story broken up, or the roof line broken up, the windows, the part that comes out in the window box, I'd like to see that changed, so it looks more like a home as opposed to a barnyard, given that's its use.
Okay.
And potentially a clear story or some detailing that actually makes it look like a home.
Okay, Alan?
I agree with what Robin said. As an aside, I'd like to see staff look into additional microphones for the podium and this table in future meetings. So we don't have to scream at people on Zoom to hear us. I don't really have any problem. I did hear everything everybody said. And I do feel your angst, and I do understand what the situation is. And I don't want to let anybody think that we're not keeping that in the back of our mind, but we need to be focused in on what our job is here. I don't have any additional comments. I think making that building look a little bit more like the dwelling, if that's what it's going to be, would be more in line with the neighborhood. Now, let me ask one other thing. The fence that went up, was that a permanent fence?
That's a question for the Jacks,
Okay,
and I don't know that they need one,
okay. Okay, that's my comment. Thank you.
okay? Do you have any comments, Denise? You pass? Okay, so Nicole, building S is subject to hillside ridge line, and the balance of the board seems to feel that we are very excited to see that come back with the hillside ridge line documentation and description of how it complies. Z is in Z is the goat shed. We don't have any issues with that, although I find that the color scheme a little odd, because you got two color schemes. You got white and green, and you got white and gray, apparently. That's my only comment on that. But other than that, structurally, we have no issue with it. Then the pad is fine. I would like to see, when you come back, I'd like to see a representation of what the trailer would be like on the pad, because of its proximity to the property line. I see you've got some kind of vestigial landscaping shown. If I zoom in, you can kind of see it here. And this is come on, there we go. Y is the pad that I'm talking about. And there actually isn't any landscaping shown around it. The barn utility storage, which is X, I'd like to see how that landscaping is really going to integrate with the site. There's a lot of things going on out there. I mean, the route we took on the site visit, we walked underneath W and then along and by the corrals and stuff and down to X. And there's this new road shown. I'd like the applicant to talk about this property line road, because I'm not sure that's exactly the best way to get in and out. So I'd like them to discuss the flow, because it's not providing access to what looks like a little arena and maybe some pens. So I'd like the applicant, the next time they return to us, to really focus in and drill down on your site circulation and how it integrates with your proposed building slots, because obviously you have to get to these buildings. Even if you're thinking of the kind of a ranch road kind of thing, we'd like to see it. We'd like to know what materials you're planning to use on all of those areas, and how that circulation is going to be accomplished. It's going to be really telling, I think, about how it all works together. That's what we're really looking for. What's the holistic plan? Because right now we're a little spotted. We got this here and that there, and nothing's real connected. None of us have really talked about the building, the barn that is matching. I guess I switched screens, sorry. The one that's the matching barn down below, and I've got myself lost here, sorry. Please bear with me. The one that is T, building T, and I can see on the plan that it's matching in form this other, looks like a four-stall structure here. I'm not convinced that that's the best way to go. So I'd like to see some, we didn't get down there either. I'd like to see some pictures of those existing structures that you're planning to match. And see that in all its glory, if you will, when you come back, just as a basis to how to convince me that this is the right way to go. along with Robin, we do have some concerns. Usually white is not our choice. It tends to be awfully bright considering the number of structures we've got here. We're looking at a lot of dispersed reflectivity. There could be some different choices made with some structures, particularly the wine storage, for example. You might want to explore, I guess that's building S, as in Sam over here. And Y is obviously a concrete pad, but you know, whatever the color that trailer is, you know, we'd like to see that. And perhaps you can find something, given the size of the scale of the building. I know a lot of buildings are white, and perhaps the neighbors have those structures as well, but we are looking at this project because it's the one before us. So I'd like to see you explore some alternatives and then come back to us with your rationale for some of those things and address that issue. I can tell you right now, I will probably go back out, not to the site, but along Ballard Canyon and get out and walk it a couple of times because the buildings have to stand on their own. Okay, they have to be, let's face it, you know, vegetation can disappear, it can die, you know, and although buildings can get the equivalent of termites, that's not usually, I mean, they tend to be longer lasting. So we tend to look at a board, we tend to look at the buildings and they need to stand on their own with their colors, with their design, with their materials and their details. All of it needs to be good as the way it is. Vegetation, whether it's for screening or enhancement or enjoyment, is a gravy, okay? So I'd like to see that, and I may at some time ask you to come back with much more of a holistic landscape plan. I know this is a working ranch, so you're gonna have areas where you don't and do have it. I have similar concerns with building W, which was the Passover, the one that connects the two existing structures. Why did this do this to me? Put that, thank you. All right, this structure here, this is the existing on this side, we've got this. Visually, and I don't know if this is what Robin's picking up on or if it's something else driving her, but this pop out, which occurs on both sides of an underpass, you know, that you got that opening below, it's like you're piling on the heavy over an opening and it doesn't stand up visually. It doesn't, my brain says this is wrong. Okay. So if you did something like that along in these areas, I know you've got your internal thing. I'm just telling you what I think about the outside. But if you did something like that along in here, and you know, where you've got the main residence, which is actually not over openings, I hope. And then did something that somehow slimmed that down or made it, you know, a little more reasonable, because it just looks spindly, right? Because the way that the support's done.
Hey, Bethany.
Yes.
How would you describe that in text?
In text, I'd say that I'm just going to call it a pop out that's on either side of, what would you call, how would you describe that, sir, that opening?
The tractor pass through.
Okay, the pop out that it accentuates the second story over the tractor pass through should probably be eliminated. Does that help, Nicole?
Yes, and then were you also saying that you would like elements like that over the?
They could use an element such as that to break up the roof on the other part of the structure. That was my point. It's not so much that it would be desired or wanted, but it's a possible solution to breaking it up. I guess you could say it's an option.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for shouting out there. As far as the roll up and the plainness of the windows, this is I can understand that as a designer, you don't want this to depart too much from the buildings that it's attached to, but another take you can do is you can actually make this whole section, even though it's connected, you could make it more residential in character. You could give it a slightly less ag industrial kind of vibe, you know what I'm talking about? Give it more of a, just give it a little more juice, you know? Something that makes it a little more distinctive as a residence instead of like trying to hide the residence in an ag building, I guess is what we're looking at. So that's what I would say from my comments. And I think I hit all the buildings, S, T, Y, X, and W. Denise, did you have anything you wanted to add now?
Yeah, I was mostly interested in the site circulation myself, and I'm curious because the new addition on W, and I know you're going to work on the circulation, but it doesn't appear that you're going to have the ability for an equestrian any longer to go from the arena to the buildings and to the pastures. It just occurs to me that that is a really strong connection right now that is going to go away. And then Bethany just touched on things that I was interested in that roadway along the property line. It's a straight runway like that, adjacent to that fence, I believe. It is, I know it's a ranch, it's a little harsh, and I'm also a little concerned, not concerned, but just if you would look at the location of the stables, they don't have any shade, and that's a concern. And I know you, Bethany just asked for a little more flesh out on the landscape. So those are the things that I picked up on.
Okay. Are you good, Nicole?
Yes, and is this stable? I can look at the project description. Is that a particular building? I can combine that. with
I
your
think you
comment.
could. I think you could just kind of summarize her comments as circulation between the proposed buildings W and some of the other on-site equestrian facilities, and I think that'll do it for you. Okay. Yeah. A little suggestion. Spit it out fast.
Okay, so
I'm ready to move on.
it would be pretty awesome that pass through if a rider could be on a horse and
You could depict the rider.
going through that, so it would be an opening large enough for a horse and rider.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is that one of the things that I kind of alluded to, and this is for you, Nicole, one of the things I kind of alluded to when I was talking about circulation, but wasn't specific, was, and Denise picked up on it, that road that runs along the property line, you know, that's just the start of the circulation, because there's no, but it seems to ignore this pass-through, which looks vehicular in nature. And so what I'd like the applicant to do is really come back with a comprehensive, full, properly holistic view of site circulation. And the site circulation includes pedestrian, vehicular, equestrian, etc. Okay. Thanks, Nicole.
Bethany,
Yeah,
just one other thing. I didn't comment on the lower site X, I believe it is.
it's T.
T. I think we actually need to go to that site and see the site because I don't have enough information there to really give comments.
We can talk about that in a minute.
You had mentioned it, but I want to reiterate it. Sure.
Yeah, I personally am gonna go. We can talk about that in a second. Okay, I think that concludes this item. The last thing I do, we take no action. The one thing that Robin did bring up was whether we would need to do another site visit. I am perfectly comfortable going and standing on Ballard Canyon and looking and relying on the pictures. Would you be comfortable with having them return next time with their pictures and then we can decide if we need additional information?
I can do that.
Okay, or if you want to on your own, you could go out on your own too, if you need to in the interim. Will that work? Does that work for everybody?
Just ask permission of the owner.
Yeah, you contact the planner. Okay? Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
That's fine with me. I have enough information from what I saw on site and should be able to put the pictures together with it. Okay, well, we'll wait until the next
As
hearing.
long as we can, if the poles are still up.
Yeah.
And clearly marked.
Okay, all right. So leave the site stakes up for a couple weeks anyway.
If we could even have a height pole, sort of a potential view from Valley Canyon.
Yeah, and I think you can talk with James about that. If it's possible, actually put up 6 poles that would be the height of that structure.
All
That's,
structures or just?
no, T,
The bottom.
building T. Nicole, this would be another comment. If they could put up 6-story poles for building T, which is the lower one, and then we can do an evaluation along Ballard Canyon. We don't have to go on site, because that's the view we're looking at is from Ballard Canyon. And whether we can see it, just a second. And if James could notify the planner, who will then get an email to us so that we'll know they're up. Okay, yes, Alan.
The being benefit to the board and it's not like if they put poles up in a couple of corners of the 2-story building.
I hesitate, you're talking about S. I hesitate to do that because I think it could change drastically because of Hillside Ridgeline. I think their proposal could change. And I hate to ask anybody to, any applicant to go out and story pole, which is expensive. And then, they come back to us next month and it's completely different. It's another story when they come back to us, then I may, yes, say, let's put some story poles. I agree.
That's why I agree with you, that's fine.
I agree. Okay. All right. Did you get that, Nicole?
I got no story poles now. Is that a comment?
Yes, that's a comment. We would like story poles for building T as in Tom. Now, would the applicant please confirm when they're up with the planner and then how long, and then he needs to leave them up at least probably 2 weeks so that we can get out there, the planner could get out there and so on and so forth. We'll be looking at it from Ballard Canyon, or trying to look at it from Ballard Canyon. Okay, and then as far as story poles for building S, as in Sam, we would be holding that in abeyance to see what they come back with next time, because that's the one that's subject to Hillside Ridgeline and it could change drastically. Or not, depending. Okay?
Are you there, Nicole?
Yes, I'm typing. Thank you.
She's typing. All right. So we have one person who has repeatedly raised their hand. If this is not on this item, Mr. Walker, are you a member of the public?
If you could unmute yourself, sir.
Or lower your hand. I just want to make sure I've gotten everybody.
Daniel Walker, are you there?
All right.
Okay.
Let's go to, thank you all for coming. Thank you for your comments.
That's one question.
We've gone on where I'm getting ready to call the next project. Let's see. Let's see.
Environmental.
Okay, let's go to, I'm gonna call item number 2, Grossman Detached Garage, 22 bar 81. Do we have, you know what, I'm on the wrong one. There's the plan. Do we have anybody here for this project? Present. Grossman project, anybody here?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Mark Mansfield, if you can hear us.
And I'm gonna read the comment.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Mr. Mansfield?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. This is a new project, so we don't have any, I'm sorry, did you say something, sir?
I said technology is a wonderful thing. I'm on my new computer and I'm on my phone at the same time.
Okay,
I want to make sure.
okay, because you're going in and out, your phone is. Do you have your, is your computer in Zoom, does it have its microphone on?
No, it does not have a microphone on.
Okay, all right, well, we'll just try and go with it. So you want to acquaint us with where we are? And looks like we got a vicinity map here. And then, well, I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and, I've got your plans. You go ahead and show us where we are, and then you'll do your presentation, and we'll open up for public comment, and then we'll come back to the board and we'll tell you what we think, all right? Hello?
Mr. Mansfield?
We can't hear you, sir. You've muted yourself. There you go.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. All right, so this is, I just need to
All right.
state for the record, I'm very familiar with this property. Anybody else have any? Okay.
Okay.
It's on Buck
So
Canyon.
if you can hear me, if you can hear me clearly, I'll kind of walk you through it.
Perfect, go for it.
Okay, basically all we're doing on this property is we're adding a 3-car garage, as you can see on the site plan there. It's a 1,000 square foot structure. It's just a glorified shed, to be honest with you. Yes, good idea. Go to the photos here. So you'll notice that there's an existing barn sort of structure that's there today. And correct. And we're going to, it's already been permitted and the permit's been pulled on that barn, and we're converting it to an ADU. And then basically all we're doing is we're adding a 3-car garage right next to it. And we're matching all the exterior finishes on the 3-car garage to match the proposed ADU. So it looks like they belong to each other. And that's basically all there is to this little project here. The only concern that we had was from the immediate neighbor to the northwest, who I had met out there personally on the property. And she said, if you could only, correct, there you go. If you could just add a few trees on the back side of the garage, the proposed garage, then we're happy with it. And there, you can't see their residence, but they're up at the upper page of that site plan, up in that area, correct? And so we've added, as you see on the site plan there, we added 3 pepper trees that would go behind the garage. Go back up to the site plan, there you go. Just added a couple of 3 pepper trees just to block that back side of the garage once they flourish. And that's basically it. As you can see on the, yes, there's the back side right there, the west elevation. So you'd have 3 pepper trees right in that general location right behind it.
Okay,
And if you go back to the photos, page 3 there. Thank you. You can see we laid out the 3-car garage there in the north view, the middle view there. You can see the outline of where that 3-car garage would be placed. And let's see, is there any, if you go down to the south view in the middle of the page to the right, that might give you a better view of, where you're looking out towards the back side of the garage.
right.
We're trying not to disrupt anybody's view by another structure out there, but it is what it is placed there. But that's basically it. It's just a 3-car garage addition. The owner of the property has lots of toys, and he needs to put them in somewhere. And the main house has a 2-car garage, and that's occupied. So, and also, once the ADU is up and going, it'd be nice to have some covered space, garage space for the ADU as well.
Okay,
And that's basically it.
okay. Okay, any questions for clarification? Yep, Robin?
I was wondering about the colors and materials and the garage door, what the materials are of that as well.
Okay, applicant stated that they were to match the ADU shown in the colors and materials that match this structure here that's existing. I
Yeah.
also had the same question about this garage door. These look like windows.
No windows. Just your basic garage doors. Nothing fancy about them. They may look a little fancy there, but they're just going to be basic roll-up doors. Nothing fancy. And if
Okay.
you go to the right, if you go to the right, you'll see the colors that we're proposing that match the ADU colors. So the garage door will be an off-white.
Okay, any other questions for clarification, or can we go to public comment? What's the height of the structure? 14 feet, it looks
14
like?
feet max. Yeah.
And is that the same as the ADU?
No, the ADU is a little bit taller. And, I noticed that I could share a screen with you. I don't know if you're allowed to do that with you folks.
Nope,
If I could show you.
I got the controls. You can
No.
see the
No
ADU
problem.
is almost a 2-story height. The ADU, how high is
Yeah,
the?
let me, the ADU is the max height with the clear story on the top is 17 feet 3. The ridge height of the actual, there you go, is 1410. So we're roughly a foot higher than the ridge of the proposed garage.
Okay. All right. Do you have any public comment?
The garage plate height is 9 feet, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over somebody.
If we have,
Very quickly.
Okay. Hey, is the entire ADU and garage, is that line, it's entirely surrounded by concrete?
No.
No, if I heard the question correctly, that's a no.
Okay.
That's a gravel.
It's all gravel around it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct,
Thank
yeah.
All right, I told you I was familiar with the site.
if anybody in the public would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand. And if you are a phone caller, press *6 to raise your hand and *7 to unmute. Not seeing any public comment?
Okay. Board. Yes, Alan.
Is the current building that's there, that's gonna be the ADU, is that currently permitted?
Yes, it is.
Now,
Now, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing, you're changing it, you're changing the part, you are in the process or have just recently pulled a permit for it to be remodeled as as an ADU, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't permitted as an ADU prior to this.
But it's permanent, whatever.
The building
Whatever
was,
it is now
yes.
is permanent. And you said the height of that was 17 feet?
To the clear story.
17'3" to the clear story, 14'10" to the ridge of the rest of the structure.
I have no doubt. That's
Okay.
fine. Good.
Robin, I know you're dying to talk about the colors.
Well, I understand they match the ADU. And is this structure, the proposed structure, visible from any public road?
No, you don't access it.
You would be hard pressed, because of the way the site falls. I'm gonna answer your question because I'm familiar. You can see just a part of the structure that's the ADU from, let me go back to the vicinity map. You can catch just kind of a glimpse, but I doubt you could see this 3-car garage. You can see it here from, I forget what road that is. Woodstock Road. As it goes along, but you can't see it from Buck Canyon, I don't think.
No, you cannot see it for Buck Canyon.
You guys have a question? Okay. Any other comment about the colors? I have a comment. My thing about the colors is that this is a golden opportunity to update the doors and the trim without actually changing the materials or the body color of the ADU. I don't have a problem with the body color, but that white doesn't work for me. And the maroon trim is kind of okay, I guess. But I think there's better selections out there, and I think you could do the same thing, just touching up on the ADU, change that white door, that man door on the end. But the white is just, it's too much of a contrast to the structure. And I understand, actually it looks like you're gonna be re-roofing here pretty soon too, but so this is a perfect time to really kind of update it to something that would be more subordinate in the landscape. Because we all know that pepper trees can die, and while they'll be great, there's going to be a growing in period, and there's going to be, all the rest of it. And the building really deserves an opportunity to look really good. So I'd ask you, are you or the client open to thinking about some different colors and selections here, both on this building and the ADU?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, well then I strongly urge you to do so. And
Sure thing.
I'll tell you right now, what we're looking for, and I would even be open to, is a slightly, I know the ADU, I don't know if you have plans to paint it. If you have plans to paint it, then I would put both buildings, in the whole mix here and look at a body color that was a little darker. And
yeah. Well, let me give you a quick synopsis on the
Sure.
barn conversion to an ADU. If you go back to the photos and look at the barn that's there today, you won't recognize. I mean, everything. The whole roof is being torn off and replaced. All the windows and doors that you see there are all going to be reconfigured and replaced and so on. It's a pretty significant remodel. I mean, it's going to be a very pleasant structure when it's done. It's gonna maintain its exterior look. I mean, it's gonna look just like you're seeing in the photo. It's just gonna be, I mean, everything's literally going to be changed on. I mean, redone. So it'll be very nicely done.
The
Excuse me.
the ADU is, and you're talking about an ag dwelling unit, correct? When you say ADU?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, well, I would look at this as an opportunity. I know we're looking at specifically the garage, but I'd look at this as an opportunity, and especially since you're in the middle of construction of the ADU, the remodel, I'd look at this as a real
Yeah.
golden opportunity to really come at it with a nice color palette and just apply it to both buildings. And
Agreed.
if for some reason there's, like, oh, we already ordered the shingles and we can't change our order, then I would look at even
Nope.
a slightly different. Yeah, great. See, I'd look at a slightly darker, not so red. Something that really
Yeah,
goes with.
agreed.
Okay, that'd be perfect. If you could do that, that would be great. I think Alan has a comment.
Yeah, just two comments. I was waiting to hear what other people said on the board about the color of the garage doors. Because I can remember a garage that went up in Oak Trail Estates where they were forced to change the color of approval.
Mhm.
I want to know what we're thinking about. And the other thing is, I can only suggest when one member makes a suggestion, and I agree with what you said,
Mhm.
when one member makes a suggestion, you poll the others, so that when Nicole's taking notes, she knows that that's something that should go down on the,
Got it.
on the notes for all of us.
Okay. Well, this is my statement is about the colors, and is everybody kind of feeling the same way?
Are we gonna, is that gonna be the way it's gonna be from now on, that we're gonna ask people to do this? Because some people have gone through without changing, and some people have.
It depends on the project, Alan. It's not a hard and fast rule. This is a golden opportunity because they haven't completed the remodel, they haven't ordered all that stuff. So yeah, if they're open to it, then I'm willing to run with it.
Your explanation makes perfect sense to me, I'm okay with it.
Okay. All right. Denise, Robin has one more comment and I'll come to Denise quickly.
I was wondering about the lighting on the garage.
Yes, the lighting on the garage and the ADU, actually, I'm noticing you don't have any lights shown on your plans. We're gonna wanna see dark sky compliant, especially given it's up there on that hill. So we're really gonna wanna see no light trespass.
Yes, well, we're going to go with basic, wall sconces on the outside on either side of the garage doors, but they're going to be low resolution type lighting. Same thing with the ADU. We understand that we don't want to have any light pollution out there, and I believe the owner is also working on with a different consultant on a lighting plan from the main house all the way over to the ADU. If you look at the site plan, you'll notice that it's a little bit of a distance, and he wants to go with ground lighting. Obviously, he doesn't want anything up in the air. He just wants just enough lighting to be able to, easily drive back there in the dark without. Yeah,
Well,
correct.
given, you might mention to the owner that he's really gonna need to factor in the dark sky compliance. It's a requirement, because if he installs up lighting or anything like that, they'll get a complaint and then the county will make them
It
take
won't
it out.
be.
Excuse me.
Correct.
Excuse me,
It will
this
not
is
be. It
Nicole.
will not be
Excuse me.
outlined.
I just want to remind everyone that we're on comments and not back
Yeah.
and forth discussion. We have 8 items today. We're on item number 2 and it's almost noon.
I know. Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate it. Thanks for yanking me up short. Okay, Denise,
Okay, just real quick,
if you concur, just say I
I
concur.
concur, but if you could squeeze in a little bit more shade, everything is facing south. I see that there's some trees around the edge, but it's around the ADU, so some sort of patio, and then near the garage, so that it is a little bit in more shade, if possible.
There's a lot of peppers and oaks out there.
Looks like I can see.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Return. How? Return to us preliminary final with a planner's memo. Okay? And,
Alrighty.
you'll need your color board. Actually, yeah, you will need a color board because you're gonna be changing your colors. So get with your planner, coordinate that. You'll need a physical color board at some point, probably if we take the final action immediately. So you want to go ahead and once you've gotten that all up, but you could come to us. You could just kind of dummy up your color board. You don't have to get real technical with it. Take a picture of it, use that in your submittal, okay?
Okay,
All right, so that we
Now,
can see the actual colors.
correct. One quick question for you before you guys let me go. Are you
Really
I
fast.
noticed that you're actually meeting face to face there. Is that correct?
We are.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was all Zoom. Okay, great.
Nope, we're in Santa Ynez, basically at the corner of Faraday and Segundo. So you have the option of Zooming or coming in. All right?
Maybe I think it might be better if I just came in. It might be better. But anyway, thank you kindly. Appreciate it.
Okay, have a good day. Yes,
Suggestion, not that
Likewise.
we're done with that.
yes,
Can I make a suggestion, because it's only us?
yeah,
Can we turn that off, turn the lights on?
yeah,
Well, we just turn the lights.
yeah, because we're all looking at
We're all
things.
on the computer.
Yeah. Okay, item number 3, John Sebastiano Winery, Tier 3 Winery, 22 Bar 178. And I know I saw David Swank, looks like we got John Wagner. We got a bunch of people for item number 3. So this is a new item. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. The plans and you guys who's gonna be doing your presentation?
Hi, Bethany. It's David Swank, Urban Planning Concepts. I'll start with a very, very brief intro, then I'm going to turn it over to Tom Taylor, our project architect. We also have Scott Dominguez from Arcadia Studios here as well, talking landscaping, and the applicant, John Wagner, he's also in as well, if there's any questions from him.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in here so you can get us situated with your location.
Okay. Well, if you notice, if you look at the arrow that we have here, this is located on East Highway 246 between Lompoc and Buellton. If you notice where the Pence Vineyards and Winery is, it's located right next door to it, right there. It's about a 1,000-acre parcel. There's already a little over 150 acres that are also, it's also a producing vineyard on the site. And what we're proposing is a Tier 3 winery. It's probably maybe a breath of fresh air of all the cannabis that you've had to enjoy doing all the years. We actually have a winery coming in. And so the winery we're doing, as I mentioned, it's about a Tier 3 winery. The total gross floor area is approximately 35,000 square feet, actually 35,385 square feet. The winery, it's going to be a full service winery, approximately 2,700 square feet is going to be for both public and private tasting. The public is a little under 2,000 square feet involved into that. So as I mentioned, this project, it's going to be a winery with a great view shape. Tom's going to be talking a lot about the siting scheme that we did in terms of selecting the site. It will be proposing for public and private events. Being a Tier 3, we could be looking at, and what we're requesting is having the 12 per year for up to 200 attendees, and also gatherings for events like pickup parties, winemaker dinners, and such like that. You can see Lotus here. There's the site plan located. One of the advantages of this site, we had to balance a lot of issues in terms of locating this with Tiger Salamander, Highway 246. This is a superb location for access because we already have both a left turn and a right turn lanes coming into this site where we've positioned the winery. And so that's just really the nuts and bolts of what we're doing here. What I'd like to do is turn it over to Tom Taylor from Taylor Lombardo Architects. You probably remember him. He was the architect both when you were looking at the Peak Ranch winery. He also did the Presqu'île winery up in the North County Board of Architecture. Has a lot of experience here in the county. So I thought I would like to turn it over to him to discuss how we cited the project site in, and then any architectural details. So go ahead, Tom.
All right, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Well, good morning. Thank you, members of the board. So when we were first engaged to design this project, with the owner, John Wagner, who we worked with on Peak, we spent quite a bit of time on the site, driving around in Jeeps, things like that, looking at the kind of the road access potential, view potential, and really just sort of trying to come up with what we thought was the ideal location for a building, which is of pretty good size. And we arrived at this location partly because what David was talking about, we already have a left turn access there. We wanted to minimize the amount of engineered road work on the property. We wanted to take advantage of the gentle slope that the building currently sits on, and also take advantage of the great views to the south. And so this just felt like the right place for the building for a number of reasons. If we could go to the next page we did a view shed analysis. Yeah, thank you. So we've got indicated along the roadway where these pictures were taken, and we photomontaged the building onto our view shed. And we did kind of focus on trying to grade around the building so that it wasn't any more prominent than what it really kind of needed to be in order to make the architecture complete. And if you have a chance to look at these, you can kind of see that we've also taken into account materials, soft colors, natural materials that we feel are blending nicely into the surroundings. Can you go to the next sheet with the site plan? Thank you.
We had that one. So you were talking about this area. I think if you just tell us about this area, and then we can go right to the larger. Great.
So as you can see, there's a little bit of a valley. There's a flat area with existing ag building. There was a historic ranch here on this property, which is really not utilized at this point. It's mostly vineyards. There's a flat area down there and an existing ag building that we would like to use that area for parking overflow. So you come in flat, parking overflow, and then you come a gentle slope up to the building into a parking area for visitors, and then continuing up the slope to the process area. We wanted to utilize the existing slope for a gravity assist winery design. So we have, we have ag employee parking at the top. We have the crush pad. Our fermentation area is elevated above barrel storage, and it gently steps down the slope to the tasting room hospitality area that would be on the sort of the south end of the building there, with access to the views to the south.
Okay.
So it's it's a tiered winery. We're showing it as two levels, but essentially, really, it's follows grade. And maybe what you could do is look at the exterior elevations. There we go. Okay, so you can see the dotted line is existing grade, and we're stepping this building down to follow grades and creating a gravity assist winery production area. We are using, the building design materials are metal roof, we got wood siding, local Lompoc stone, and some amount of plaster that would be matching the color of the stone.
Okay. So you want to go over real quick the different, so this is what your upper floor?
No, that's the lower level.
That's
So
the
the
lower
upper-
level. And then this is
The
the
low-
next one.
Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, so the upper level consists of going from right to left. We have the covered crush pad, fermentation, and then it steps down half a level to the barrel storage area and bottling. And then it steps down, excuse me, it doesn't actually step down at that point. It's level to the tasting room. So the main tasting room has access to a trellised terrace outside and view into the barrel storage area. You can see that better in the next plan. Sorry, maybe it's the other direction, the lower level plan, main level plan. Thank you. There we go. That's all one level. Barrel storage, hospitality, private tasting rooms, a covered trellised courtyard area, and then outdoor terraces that also terrace down with the slope down to the vineyard.
Okay.
Our
That's your roof.
mechanical would be primarily located on the roof, except for the production mechanical would be in the back of the building, but all of our sort of conditions-based mechanical would be on the roof, covered with a parapet, so it'd be out of sight. Our architecture is, of an ag vernacular in the style of a traditional barn with sort of the steeper roof pitches. We also have, one of the reasons we created the courtyard space is so we could recess the glass in that area so it wouldn't be highly visible from the road. So if you can kind of see on the south elevation here, even though we're trying to take advantage of the view, we're also trying to be careful with how much glass we have exposed on this side of the building. It really is a fairly small percentage considering the size of the building.
Okay. Wanna do your, let's see, this looks like grading. So is this more the grading?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like you got a couple of detention ponds and maybe, is this septic down here or?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you need to say about that plan?
No, I don't think so. I guess I would just add that we are taking into account the hillside regulations, and we do have a portion of site that falls off a little steeper on directly south of the building, and I know that it's going to be an important topic, but I wanted to point out that we've located the building where we think it actually fits best on the site. And we would like to have taken into consideration that there is a small area that exceeds the 16 feet in a 100-foot drop off.
Yes, and that triggers it for the whole building. You realize that, don't you?
Yeah, and I understand there's also some exceptions to this too. And we would like to at least take into consideration what it would take for us to go through that process.
Okay, I can talk about that later. All right.
And I
so
was
there's-
listening in earlier with that discussion, so we're somewhat familiar with this. And it can be moved. I'm not saying that we can't move the building. If we push the building uphill, we could pull it out of that little steep bit. But what I'd like to at least propose is that I think that this is a better solution because it keeps the building lower and less visible from the public.
Okay.
And Bethany, I would add just one other element. It's the environmental aspect of it is one of the things that's also dictating how the building is doing is we are located in the tiger salamander meadow population area, and we have been working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. There is a pond on this property, and some of the things that have gone the decision, the closer we can get to Highway 246 and minimize the better we are in terms of protection of the species, but also in terms of trying to get the smallest footprint farther away. If we did shift the building up farther north, we are going closer to the pond. We're trying to balance multiple things, but we can discuss that in a global context when it comes to the hillside ridgeline policies.
Scott, would you like to join in and talk about the landscape?
Yeah, so this is our preliminary landscape plan, just starting at the sort of entry drive down below by the overflow parking. That's kind of where we're starting our enhanced landscape vegetation. We do have some trees just indicating down below as you drive up towards the winery, showing that sort of proposed vineyard area that would wrap around that south portion of the winery. Exactly. And then as you do approach the winery into that main parking area, just wanting to sort of accent the architecture, bring in some more vegetation to help soften as you do circulate and enter the building there. And most of the trees are going to be oaks and olives, maybe some sort of fall color accent tree and native vegetation. We do have just some plant photo palette at the bottom of this sheet, native grasses, sages, manzanitas, and whatnot. But yeah, trying to create some of the trees to help screen a little bit from the view from Highway 246, but also we want to maximize the views to the south, as Tom was saying. And then just the main sort of patio feature to the south there is a terraced area that has 2 levels to it with a water feature kind of located in the center on stairs on either side of that. And then we do have a ADA ramp on the other end to get down. And then we do have a plant buffer at the edge there. So to, again, create spaces for people to come and taste and sit at, but also to wanting to sort of bring them out into that vineyard and maximize those views for the space.
Oh, I forgot to mention that the other reason for the orientation of the building, besides the view, is for wind control. The strong winds seem to come over the northwest direction over this ridge behind the building. And this courtyard area creates a wind protected zone for the visitors.
Okay. That concludes your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Any quick questions? Can we get a quick question? No, no. All right. Public comment?
Anybody would like to make a comment on this item from the public, please raise your hand. And if you are calling in, press *6 to unmute. I'm sorry, *6 to raise your hand and *7 to unmute. Not seeing any public comment? Whatever. John Wagner.
You just really quickly, it looks like your owner has his hand raised. You guys need him to say anything or?
Be happy to.
Well, you're speaking as the applicant, so, you know.
We had John Wagner raise his hand. We just weren't sure what for.
I just wanted to really briefly say, I appreciate all the time you guys put in on helping us out. We've been through this process once before. With your inputs, I think we came up with a lovely project. I'd like to invite everybody to come look at Peak as well to get a sense of what we're trying to accomplish. It's been, I think that it pays the proper amount of homage to the natural beauty of the area we live in, and that the buildings are more about the countryside and not the building, which is, I think, what you guys are very mindful of. But anyway, appreciate the time you guys are putting in, and thank you very much for the attention. That's all I got.
All right. Public comment?
Oh, we just called.
Just humor me, I know.
No worries. Anybody in the public would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand or press *6 if you're calling in to raise your hand.
Nothing.
No public comment.
Okay. Members of the board, anybody want to start, or you want me to start? Okay.
I like the design of the project.
Nicole, can you hear?
I could hear her somewhat, but yeah, Robin, if
Speak
you
loudly.
could. Well, I don't think she needs to speak loudly, actually, just a little bit more slowly.
How you don't do that. We did that, the sound and the video went out. No, moving it is what.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I like the agrarian style of the structure. It's quite beautiful. I am concerned with the amount of grading. That's a massive amount. And I'm wondering about the overhang on the area above the glazing. And I'm not sure is that Corten that I'm seeing, or is that just a corrugated steel on the siding?
So you want clarification on the materials?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I do that?
No, I am way behind and I need to get my comment.
I guess those are just questions I have, but I had some questions about the overhang over the glazing and I wanted to know if the glazing was going to have any tinting. That's it.
Okay. Alan?
Where exactly is this project over the limit? Height?
Well, almost all of it. They've got a 19-foot height limit. So you're looking at, right here. Yeah. So 34 feet, but that could be considered an architectural projection. So I'm gonna guess 20 something. And then this is 32, 11, almost 33 feet from grade. Now, it's hard to read on an elevation. There could be off a little bit, but it's almost entirely projecting above that 19-foot plane. Okay.
Okay, Scott, just real quick, the terrace that's facing south, if it doesn't mess up the view, do you think you could put a little bit of shade in there with a small tree or anything? Because I think you might be pretty exposed. And then it looks like the south of the driveway is a gentle swale, I believe, into the detention basin. I was just wanting to know if that is the case, if it's the driveway sloping towards the south. Yes.
Okay. All right. I've been on the BAR for 23 years. I've seen a lot of projects. I have never seen an exemption made for something that sticks this far beyond and pretty much over at least 50% of the building, especially given as large a structure as this is. How many square feet? I am not comfortable with that. I understand that that in the end, you wind up with something that could be more intrusive. But given that this structure will clearly trigger a site visit, I think it behooves us to do that sooner rather than later. There is another, and this is something for the planner to think about, because I'm looking at view number 3 here. Says that a building shall not protrude into shall not skyline. And in the visual policies, and I'm not sure it directly applies here, I'm not a planner, but the visual simulation here sure looks like it does. Yeah, so it's kind of hard. So these are all going to be things that we're going to be looking at, and Mr. Swank did mention that, I mean, we've got some things going on here. I would strongly suggest that before we get into nuts and bolts of trees and materials and everything else, I think the big elephant in the room here for me is the height. We got to figure out what direction we're comfortable with this project going, and the applicant's comfortable with it, and we got to get there. And I think the sooner we do that, the better. So I would suggest, and this is going to be a question to the applicant here in a minute, and maybe David Swank can answer for you. So you guys think about this for a second before you give me your answer. But I think if we did a few story poles that demonstrated case A and case B. I'm not talking about, 20-story poles. I'm talking about 2 and 2 maybe. That really start to show so that the applicant can make their case about why pushing it back up the hill is worse. And then coming down the way they've proposed it, why this is better, so that they can show us, they can make their case. We can schedule a site visit the next time we hear the project. And then we can really get into some more nitty gritty, and they wouldn't have to do a whole bunch of, necessarily a whole bunch of new drawings.
At least the highest points and both are better.
I leave it to the applicant. I mean, the more information and the more they want to go with the story pole. But I really hesitate, as I said earlier, I hesitate to ask somebody to story pole building to drastically change because it's a big investment. But whatever they feel is necessary to kind of make the case. So, Mr. Swank, I'm going to ask you, what do you think about that?
Yeah, we've actually talked internally about them. When we cited this, there's several things in relation to this this design. First off is that not many tier 3 wineries come in. The county actually doesn't have that many of them. Tier 2 is the prevalent, and that's what I think your board is used to, a lot of those. So, it's a larger production capacity winery. There's a lot of both topographical and there's a lot of environmental issues that solve this. Basically, you can do one of two things. If you shrink the height, of course, you need gravity feed in a winery, and you have barrel storage.
Well, I understand that there are a lot of programmatic restrictions based on the choice of how they're going to be processing and making their wine and storing it. And I understand that. And, it's not part of my purview. What I really want to get at is, are you guys comfortable with having a site visit and presenting a case that shows us this is how all the environmental impacts are overlaying on all this, and really so we can drill down and kind of settle on a site?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I think we're comfortable with it. I'll talk with Tom and John, about it. There was a lot of thought processes on here. Of course, the more
I'm sure there was,
more prevalent it becomes. But
there was, and I'm sure it's not necessarily evident to us. And you can call and talk to me through the planner. You can contact me through the planner, and maybe we can do a Zoom call and talk about, where to put the story poles and that kind of stuff. But I need to get moving. I'm sure Nicole's going to talk about that. So, and Nicole, did you have something else you needed to say?
I think we need to give direction for story poles. I also don't know how much of that negotiation can occur offline. So I think maybe you want to give direction to put a certain number of story poles at a minimum, and give them the freedom to add more, or to.
I'd say 4 is a minimum.
Okay.
And concentrate on the peak. Is it March? Does everybody agree with that? Okay. So I'd say 4. You have the option to do more, and I think what I was alluding to as far as contacting me through the planner, I wholeheartedly agree, Nicole, that there shouldn't be any a lot of this discussion and comment negotiation going on. What I was trying to offer was they can show me a story told plan and say, does this look good? And I can say yes or no. It wasn't meant to be a negotiation, just to clarify for everybody.
Okay, we can
Thank
do
you,
that.
Nicole.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so we are now at noon. The next item, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we aren't even halfway through, guys. But I don't know about you, but a break could be good. Do we want to take a lunch break? And if so, how long? Or do we want to try and power through a little bit longer? Or what's the deal? What's the pleasure? I can do that. I think it should be pretty quick. Alan?
Sounds good.
Okay. Good. All right, and then are we gonna break for an hour? Or are we gonna, guys? How long is the break gonna be? Want to do 30 minutes to get an idea for us to?
Want to get down here, Rancho or somewhere, it's gonna take at least 30.
Okay.
How about 30 minutes? Does that work? Okay. All right, item number 4, 22 bar 158 Nature Conservancy telecom site. We have somebody here for this item to present.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm not sure how to tell you I'm here, but I'm here.
Okay, what's your name?
Hi there, my name is Terry Malinowski, and I represent the Nature Conservancy for a project at the Jack and Laura Dangermond Preserve.
Okay, I'm just getting the plan sets open.
Sure.
So this is our location.
Yeah, it would be good if you could rotate it once
This is the way
clockwise.
you guys submitted it.
Oh, gosh. Okay, well, north is to the left then. Sorry.
How about that?
Yes. That's beautiful.
Coho Ranch, okay, and so this is the repeater tower site deep in the middle and the Bunker Hill site. So there's 2 sites?
Correct. And the repeater site, the repeater tower is actually the tower that receives the signal. So it may be deep in, but it's on the highest point to grab that signal and then send it further in.
Okay, now we got to rotate the other way. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the repeater is number 2, 4 is the tower, Bunker Hill Tower site.
Right.
3
is the headquarters ranch called Halama Ranch, and then Coho Ranch is down there at
5 and 6.
Yeah, exactly. And then that circle of 7, the diameter, or I guess it's the radius from the towers is the extent of handheld radio communication connection. It won't be 100% coverage because of the mountains and the canyons, et cetera, but it will greatly improve communications out there.
Okay. This is our site.
Sorry about the exhibits. Yeah, so I don't know if each page, this shows basically the site, and that there will be the tower on the right is on about a 10 by 10 pad, and then adjacent to it to the left is the power. It's a mobile solar trailer, and it will power the equipment that's on the tower with network cables. And we're excited because it's can go 9 days without sun and still keep its charge. So,
and this is the one you're replacing, right?
Correct, and that will be removed.
Okay, and the existing power? Is this Sunday or?
Well, those are Edison poles, and so we won't be
Right.
using the power, but we won't be removing the poles.
So this would be your location here for your repeater, is that right?
Right.
Okay. Got a nice line of sight, don't you?
Right. It's beautiful out there.
Yeah. All right, and here's the Bunker Hill. This is the Bunker Hill one. It's similar setup,
Right.
tower, power station.
Correct.
And I'm just gonna leave this one sideways if you don't mind, right there
Okay,
on the
perfect.
top.
Time saving.
And these are our pictures. Looks
Mhm,
like
more
we got a
beautiful.
person in here.
What's that?
It looks like there's somebody standing there in that one.
There might be somebody along with whoever's taking the photos.
Well, it looks like a drone shot to me.
Oh, no, I don't think they're drone shots, but I don't know that. I was given these photos.
Yeah, nobody, I mean, this is obviously on ground, so.
Right.
Okay, so,
But those sites are both accessible quite easily. Just FYI.
right, so, it says it's 100-foot tower depicted.
Yes, and so
and-
you really can't
Go
see
ahead.
it. And from there, that's the only sort of area that has a line of sight to the general area of the where the current tower is located, but it's only about the top 40 feet of tower that you see. And so that's why it's just practically impossible. And then pretty similar from out on the ocean to actually see. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go by that. There's your trailer.
There's the trailer with the solar panels, batteries inside, and
Okay.
computers
Do
run it.
you have any lighting on the trailer or any lighting on, I'm sure it looked like there was some fencing around the.
There's some fencing to protect from the cows. there's cattle all over.
Sure.
And there is no lighting.
Okay.
We have some, yeah, no lighting.
No lighting. All right, let me get, here we go. This might answer some questions.
Perfect.
All right.
So what I didn't cover, the towers are proposed are 60 feet tall. They're like triangular, three faces, 4 foot 9 inches each face. And I know that Katie posted some photos that will give you an idea of what it looks like. We don't have an exact one, but we can show you so you can see the finish and the configuration.
I've got some photos. So here's your triangle, here's your pad.
Yep.
Okay.
The rectangle between them, that's the ice bridge that gets the power from the trailer
to the other.
to the equipment. Yes. And the tower will be mounted with several radios and antenna to do the job.
Sure. And then it says 6 foot, no, cattle fence at 6 foot offset from slab, or is that 6 inch offset? from
Oh,
slab?
6 inches, 6 inches offset from the slab is where the fence will go.
Okay. And then you want to talk about the fence a little bit?
We were just going to do like a sort of a split rail cattle fence just to keep them from bumping into it. They won't seek it out, but just to keep them from accidentally bumping into it.
So are you really thinking split rail, or are you thinking post and wire, or?
You know what? We didn't want to use the wire because of then you have to do lightning, protect ground. We have to do grounding. So yes, just wood.
Okay. So this is showing different antenna configurations for the different heights.
Exactly. They're specifically designed to go at those elevations.
And these lights, these look like lights. Are there any lightings on the tower itself?
No, those are actually, I think those are the fire sensors.
Okay.
Yeah. Weather and fire.
Okay, and this is how it looks.
This is about the foundation.
Right, and then, so this is like one side, and then it goes all the way to the top. It's not actually a pyramid.
It is straight up. So as that elevation shows, it doesn't decrease in size at the top, where some towers do, of course.
Right, okay,
Yep.
just making sure I'm understanding
Yeah.
right. This is your
Yes.
representation of your trailer.
Correct. There's the picture again on the upper left.
And here's your antennas.
Yep.
Looks like a weather sensor, okay, and there's your sensor. So it's got a little camera.
Correct.
That's the other one. All right, I just want to make sure I get through everything you submitted.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, so this is photo one. So there, that's what the tower would look like.
Actually, photo 3 is a better depiction.
All right, let's do photo 3.
Let's look at number 2. Sorry, let's look at number 2 and then we'll go to 3. Because number 2, it shows, okay, so this is it laying on its side, so it's an odd configuration, but that shows the 3 faces. But this one's smaller. This is about 3 feet across, and ours will be 4.9, so almost 2 feet wider. But this shows you that it's 3-sided and straight from one end to the other. Note that we've got perspective that kind of goes against that. And then the next photo 3 will show so those are.
How tall is this tallest one here?
Those are 60 feet also. I'm going to just confirm I'm telling you the truth by looking on my email. Yes. Oh no, the pictures show 70-foot tall tower.
Okay.
And ours will be 60.
That's measured to the peak, right? This tip up here.
Actually, no, that tip can protrude 5 feet above. So it'll just be the actual tower 60 feet.
All right, you got it. And then this is number 1.
Right. So this gives the idea of a straight up and down. To me, that looks straight up and down, but ours is just wider. And that one also is a 70-footer, and the Dangermond would be a 60-foot.
Okay. Let's just make sure I've got everything. That's the exhibition. Okay. Yep. Looks like I got all the plans.
And also on those photos, it shows you the material. I think that's why I wanted to look at number 2 first. Shows you, it's steel lattice and that just sort of dull gray color to take in the surroundings and reflect back. I mean, it's not supposed to reflect at all, but kind of suck up the.
Right. So it just kind of disappears in the sky.
Exactly.
It's not tall enough, Robin. Sorry, there's another conversation going on.
Okay. All right. No problem.
About requirements for lighting and towers. Okay. Is there any quick questions from the board before we go to public comment? Yes, Robin?
I just wanted to confirm that there's no lighting.
Correct.
No lighting.
Correct, no lighting.
And then Terry, do you guys move those into place using a helicopter, or can you drive them up there?
Oh, they'll be driven in 20-foot segments. They'll be.
Oh, okay.
Right. And there are already roads there. There are already roads and accessible. They're private roads, right? From both. They're accessible from Halama Road.
This is what you're talking about. There's already a track or, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Any other quick questions? Okay, public comment.
If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand Again, for our phone caller, if you need to make a public comment, press *6 to raise your hand and *7 to unmute. Seeing no public comment,
Okay. Board?
I have no issues with them. I think the only thing we need for the plans are the fencing.
No issue. They're here for conceptual, I believe. Yep, conceptual review. Preliminary final on consent?
Yes, good idea.
Okay, we'd like to see you return preliminary final on consent. You'll need a planner's memo. What we want to see, if you could put together a materials board for us, we'd like to see on the materials board, the materials for the fence as well, and that's colors, you know, if you paint it or, you know, if there's metal or anything like that. I know you said all wood, that's great. But also if you could put this photo here or something similar that shows a picture of this metal finish on your tower. I know it is. And then call out on the materials board, you know, galvanized finish, you know, the specification for it. That gives us a materials board to approve, and then you can put it together and then take a picture of it and submit it to us. Your planner can help you with that. For the fencing, we want to see more than just the materials. I'd like to see a detail that shows us the height and calls out, you know, what you're actually using. For your fencing, you know, just a typical fencing detail. That's all you need. I don't think we need any planting. It's, yeah, nothing. Sounds good to me. Just go ahead and I'm assuming there's no barbed wire or anything. You're just looking at enough of a fence to keep the cattle off, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's all you need. Come back to us, preliminary final on consent with a planner's memo.
That sounds awesome. Thanks very much. All appreciate it.
Okay, have a great day. Okay, so, Jonathan, you want to go ahead and we're going to be gone till 12:45. 12:50.
okay.
Okay, so the BAR is going to take a lunch break so that we don't get hangry. And we will be back at 12:50. So we're just going to put everybody on pause and we will resume with item number 5. Thank you very much.
Okay, to leave my computer up there.
Wait a second. Where the heck's my mute button?
Yes.
Go to the top.
Yep.
The mic is on.
The mic is on.
And so are the, oh my goodness, so are the cameras.
And the cameras too.
Your voice really gets muted when you put that up.
I know, I can't.
And I'm not being facetious, I'm just being.
All right, Jonathan doesn't care, so I need my mask back though.
Yes, absolutely.
Um,
I have
all
a
right.
question. Where are you guys meeting in person?
We meet in San Ynez. Jonathan, you have the address?
1070 Faraday Street.
Saturday. Okay. I'm sorry. I came to the courthouse, the previous location. This has been little. I might have not.
Okay, no problem. If you come into San Ynez, well, Google will get you here.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of cars parked outside and the entrance is kind of not facing anything, so.
I don't think you guys want to wait for me to drive out there. Right now.
Which item?
He's number 5. He's the next one we're calling.
There.
We'll do number 6 and wait for you to get here. How's that?
Okay. What was the address again? Write it down.
1070 Faraday Street.
Nicole, what did you need to say?
Oh, I was just gonna, can he not do it over the phone like he is right now?
I can.
He can, but he's.
Bodies.
I believe he's wanting to present in person.
Okay.
It's coming in and out, Nicole, and if he could get here, it would probably be better.
I can be there in 10 minutes. Did you say 1070?
Perfect.
Yes, 1070 Faraday Street.
Okay. I'll see you shortly. Thank you.
No worries.
And Bethany,
Don't forget to mute yourself.
Okay.
Bethany, I can hear you fine with your mask on. Just FYI.
Yeah, it's the people, I am literally right in front of the microphone here and the thing, but the people in the room can't hear me, which is interesting. Usually people don't have to say to me, talk louder. Usually they're saying, shut the heck up. Okay, so we are reconvening the Central Board of Architectural hearing for the 14th of October. The applicant for item number 5, Hart Additions, is returning. He's coming into the hearing room. It's not quite here yet. So we would like to take item number 6. Do we have someone here for item number 6? Yep.
Yeah, hi, Chair. We're here for
Okay.
item 6.
Are you, you're comfortable going now, or?
Yeah, I think so. I just sent an email to our team that we got pushed up.
Okay.
I'm seeing if they're on Zoom.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I think there are a bunch of people here for number 7, so I could do 7 and then go back to 5 and then 6. So I just don't want to put any pressure on anybody by calling them out of order.
Yeah, if you, we'd appreciate that because I don't see them on Zoom, and I'll let them know that. So we'll come on after 7.
No, you'll follow 5 just as normal. So you've got a few minutes. Yeah. Do we have people here for item number 7? Looks like we got a planner and Mr. Salas, architect.
Victor Salas, are you there?
Oh, I'm Richard Gandy. Sorry, I didn't realize you skipped that part.
Well, we're just jumping around.
Are you
Okay.
here for item number 7?
Yes.
Ballard Ketchum.
Okay. All right, so, yes,
Stephen Peterson is here for item number 7 too, with Flowers and Associates.
okay. All right, we have the architect here in person, so I'm gonna go ahead and get the drawings up and running. So I'm gonna go ahead and call item number 7, 22 bar 44, Ballard Ranch LLC, agricultural employee housing. I'm gonna go ahead and open the drawings, and then I'll come back and read the CBAR comments, sir, from last time. And then I'm gonna ask you to do your presentation, all right? And it sounds like you've got a planner from Flowers and maybe some other people on the line too, so they can chime in where you deem appropriate. Just a second. You found us.
Mr. Ben Woodwall?
Bethany,
Oh, no.
say I'm familiar with this site.
Okay. You got it. Oh, a lot of us are fairly familiar, but the reason I made that comment was because I had done work on that particular site years ago, and I really know it.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of these is.
Okay. This is just off of 246, so, okay, so let's go back to my comments, all right. The CBAR comments from the previous hearing, time this item was heard, which looks like it was in May, was provide a vicinity map on the site plan, clearly identify what is proposed as a part of the current proposal and what is not. Provide photos from Highway 246, entrance photos, and proposed area of development. Identify tree species on the plans and provide additional plant palette information. Please study the architectural style of the structures and consider the following. Widen the porches, add awnings, add shutters. The dwelling should be designed so that they function for individual families. Design the landscape so that each has some private space. All right. So with that in mind, oh, thank you. Thanks, Alan. I totally forgot I wasn't sharing the screen. Okay, so these were the comments I just read. See, I need a minder. Okay, which plan do you wish to start with, sir? This one or the pictures? This one or this one?
The previous one we had was fine.
Perfect. All right, take it away.
I'm here to discuss the architectural portion of the project, and we have consultants online who will address any of the other comments. Basically, our design theme is to create a distinctive and personal employee housing development for our project, and develop the theme of the adaptation of the ranch style to modern living. The 4 houses have primary spaces facing south for the views of the exterior of the property down to the San Ynez Mountains and for the south light. They are located on a private road far from public view, approximately 1,600 to 2,200 feet from the highway.
Remember that. Yep.
Each house is staggered in setback to create private yards, avoiding a uniform street placement. Have living areas that do not face the living areas of the other units, so that the living areas are more private. They have large porches for outdoor living and dining. And for each 2 separate parking spaces are provided that are apart from each unit, and then have private walks to each of the houses. The exterior architectural design utilizes vertical and horizontal siding for further differentiation of each house in deep green and deep gray blue tones with bronze tone windows and medium gray metal seam roof. Porches and details add character and provide a homey atmosphere with open plank fences that separate each of the houses and their yards. We're happy to address any questions that you have, and again, we have our other team members ready for the technical side.
Okay. So I'm just scrolling here through the elevations because you were speaking about elevations. Here's your floor plan and roof plan. There's the porch you spoke of. Okay. Porch on the end. Did you want to talk about the colors and materials at all, or did you?
Right. So the houses again. There are some that have the horizontal siding and some that have the vertical siding for differentiation, and 2 color schemes. There's one that's in the deep green and one that's in the deep blue gray for the siding. And then we wanted to use a uniform roof color so that there wouldn't be a lot of different color roofs. So we went with a medium gray metal roof tone. And we thought that because we added a lot of windows and we had a lot of details with the porches, we grouped windows together. that it worked better without the shutters. We tried at first, but we were more interested in getting a lot of light into the units. They really get a lot of sun around them. They're pretty open. And so we thought that felt more in character with kind of the look that we were developing, especially with the nice pitched roofs and those details. And then we used a very classic lantern that we have in the elevator area, kind of sort of a modern interpretation of an older lantern for the porches and the entries.
Okay, and it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, the only time that lantern appears is beside a pedestrian door. So you've got one here on the porch, one here on this thing, and then one on this side?
Yes, there will be ceiling lights in the deep porches because they're so large for living and dining.
Okay, we will need to see those as well, the cut sheets for them, even if they're recessed. It just goes towards any exterior lighting. What is this door here? Is this like to a utility area or? That's the west elevation on unit C.
This is Victor Solis with Richard's office. That is a utility door.
Okay, we would probably ask you to remove that light since you don't need to be in there all the time.
Oh, sure.
Because we're looking at limiting the the aggregation of light, and especially since these units are somewhat together. Yes.
What is that door for? We could be.
Utilities.
Water heaters.
Water heater.
Would it make, may I make a comment?
Yeah.
Would it make sense to leave the light in case if something goes on at night?
Put the light
switch inside the
inside.
room?
Put the light inside the room.
Okay.
Is what I would suggest.
That could be door activated.
That's fine with me. But if you take it off the outside, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. Like I said, I need a reminder. Okay, so does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the two drawings I have, two sets. Here's the material sample board. Okay. And you talked about the colors already. So do you have anything else, anybody else on your team who needs to walk us through anything?
Yes, this is Scott Dominguez with Arcadia Studio. I don't know if we had the landscape plans included.
I'll show you exactly what I have, Scott. I have C-bar plans and this, and then I have this ag employee dwelling color, and then I've got the planner number. So this is the photos. And then I've got this, and it looks like there's some more drawings down in here. So yes, it looks like I can scroll through and.
Oh, great.
Is that it? Is this?
Yeah, if you want to pop up maybe two sheets to the layout.
That one there.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it. I'll zoom in a little.
Yeah, so I think,
through it.
thank you, Bethany. So I think the main concept here is coming from comments from last time is to create these more private yards. And so that's done through having parking for each unit, fencing, perimeter fencing surrounding. It would be sort of a ranch style fence surround each property, as well as access into the front door with either some sort of deck or porch, and then circulation around the main building there. And surfaces, gravel, some concrete, and then wood for a deck. You can continue down. This is our irrigation sheet, just showing the hydro zones as well as our WELO calculations.
Okay, and did you have any turf proposed, or is this all?
There is some small turf. You'll see the hatch, kind of the center of the hedge that surrounds the main turf area. So each unit does have a small turf area. And then along with the fencing, we do have a bay laurel hedge to help kind of again, separate each space and provide a little bit of privacy for each unit. The other plant materials, sages, little hollies, native grasses. As far as the trees, we do have the Platanus, the London planes at each one. And that's basically to pull in on a lot of the existing trees on that site further south. So to tie into that. And then as you go north, we have more of an oak grove, and we have some oak trees tucked back there as well to tie into that.
Okay.
And then, yeah, last sheet is just planting details. So we do have a lighting schedule, which just kind of indicating path lights for the path and circulation.
Which sheet would that be?
That's on the sheet you're on.
Okay.
The little red dots, yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to scroll over here and let's see. Did you have a cut sheet or any information on that?
Yeah, it's at the
or?
bottom left corner. There should be a, keep going over.
There it is.
There you go.
Okay. Perfect.
And that's it for landscape.
Okay. Looks like the civil.
Hi, I'm Stephen Peterson with Flowers and Associates. We're the planning and civil engineering consultants on this project. I don't think there's probably anything I need to add, but I'm available for questions.
Okay. And then that's your overall. Okay. Any quick questions for clarification from the board? Nope. Okay. Public comment?
If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. If you are calling in, press *6 to raise your hand and *7 to unmute. Not seeing any public comment.
And nothing here? You both, okay, perfect. All right. Comments from the board? I believe we are here today for conceptual and preliminary. So, any comments?
Sure. I think the project looks really good. I think you really listened to the committee, and it shows it. Everything we've asked for, I think you've accomplished. It looks great.
Alan? Okay.
Looks great.
Okay. I have no further comments. Everything looks great. I'm assuming the willow and everything, based on the plant selection, I wouldn't expect any issues with it. So that looks fine. Colors look great. You'll need to submit physical color board at some point, probably after final. Final on consent? Yeah. So you'll return final on consent. You won't need to be here. You'll just need to submit your drawings with, those little updates to the lighting placement and that kind of stuff. And basically what we'll do is it'll say eliminate light next to utility room on all structures, only lights except selected, described light, depicted light on the plans should only be next to one light next to each ingress egress door as per code. Please provide cut sheets and similar information. And we're going to want to know lamp, and we're going to want to know the Kelvin. So we're looking, and I'll tell you right now, we're looking for 2,700 Kelvin. So just, you can put the cut sheet on there and you can just put little red circles around the, what you're doing, right? Just a different thing. And just show us, and for the one you've got on there too, do the same thing. And then if you submit that, what we'll do is we'll take you, consent is on the beginning of the hearing. I don't know if you're familiar. And you can attend by Zoom because it will literally be, yep. I'll just flip through the sheets real fast. I may ask you to point me to which ones and we'll look through the whole set. But this set, make sure you submit the complete set. All the ones you got here today with that additional information, and we should get you in and out real fast.
Great, thank
Okay.
you very much.
I'd entertain a motion for preliminary approval.
So many.
Second?
Second.
Robin was first. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're gonna go back to item number 5. Hart Additions, 22 bar 183, and I think we have Benjamin Woodall here. Okay, take a step up there at the podium. I will open up the plans here on Zoom. And it's not gonna let me. I just need to close out the last one. Okay. And here's the conceptual plan. All right, so if you could start us off by getting us oriented and located with the vicinity map, then you can just drill right down. I'm gonna be flipping the pages for you as we go. And once you're finished, we will, if we need to, ask you questions for clarification. Then we'll go to public comment. And then we'll come back to the board for our deliberation, which won't be a conversation. It'll just be us giving our comments. And then you'll be on your way. Okay? And then if the planner has anything to add, they can jump in right now or later if they need to. Okay? All right, take it away.
So the project location is 3302 Montecillo Road. To the north and east San Ynez. Is that San Ynez Oaks or up in that area? Or it's in a specific subdivision or not?
Oak Trail Estates.
Oak Trail Estates.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you talk about it?
Sure, it's Oak Trail Estates. It's a residential remodel to sort of expand on some exterior covered porches and create a new entry element for the building. There's an existing hobby room workshop. And there's an existing residential second unit and detached garage currently on the property.
Oh, that's down here.
It's got Woodstock Road to the west and Montecillo Road to the east.
Okay. And if I was reading this correctly, the red indicates the existing.
Correct. So the red indicates the existing new overlay. So that's the as-built floor plan, existing floor plan as it is now.
And in red.
Again, the red is to be removed,
Mhm.
and the extent of the existing, everything in the light gray shade is the areas of addition.
Okay, kind of all the way around.
Yes.
Okay.
These are just some early renderings of it.
Okay.
What's proposed.
And that's the end of that. Here's your photos.
So that's the existing garage. If you come down the driveway, you'd be looking south, so the garage doors face north. That is the south facing side of the building
To be demoed or?
to be demoed.
Okay.
That's looking south from that side, south side of the building. That's the west side of the building. Covered porches out there. That's the view towards the west from the backyard. Again, north side garage. And looking north at the area of.
From that deck,
Mhm.
right?
Area of addition is gonna kind of go where you see the hutch.
Oh, right here.
And that's looking up the driveway towards Montecillo to the northeast. Okay, that's the east elevation where we will be putting the new entry. So the current entry is around the side into the middle of the building there. It's kind of a
Right here.
not very well defined. So that's part of what we're trying to do in the project. Define the entry and give them more outdoor covered area and just bring the building up to a nice face look.
This tree, is this shown on these plans?
Site plan.
zoom in, it would be just there to the sort of upper right of the building.
Right here?
Yeah, to the
Okay.
right a little further, you can see the shadow of it, I think. To the right. Down there.
Down in here, it looked like, let me go back to the picture. This looks like it's kind of in line with that edge of the building.
Mhm.
And it looks somewhat close, so if that's this end, I was reading it as this.
You're probably right, yeah, I can't quite see that well through the.
Yeah, the screen, sorry, has crappy resolution. How's this?
Yeah.
Right there.
Right. Yeah, so we're not growing that side of the building at all. That's pretty much in the same footprint. And we'll be
Right.
reworking the roof lines. Putting hips as opposed to gables on that end. And then you can see the entry tower is at the 4 hips, sort of right in the middle.
Right here.
Right. And then wrap around porches down from there and back over to that. Yeah, and then all along the back. And then on the top left is an addition for the master bedroom there. Correct?
Okay. So this is your, let me go out a little. This was rocking when I had a touch screen. It was really easy. County says I don't need one. Tech department says I don't need one.
So much easier.
I know. Okay, so master bedroom,
Upper right hand.
right over
side of
here.
the sheet.
Okay, so that's that big one there, and then this is the entry tower right in
Correct.
here. Okay,
If you look at the rendering, they can show you kind of how that. So entry tower, existing garage doors. Yep.
so that tree that I was asking you about is like right here.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else on your team? Is that it? You
There's no change in height,
to the ridge line height?
to the ridge line.
Looks like the tower is a
The
little
tower will
taller.
be slightly taller than the current,
Okay.
like 18'6".
Okay.
Um,
Are all colors and materials to match and details to match existing, or are you changing?
So
them?
stucco exterior, we're gonna keep with a tile roof, so it'll be a 2-piece mission tile, and then we want to add stone to the entry element, so here's kind of a.
We can't look at it sadly, because I can't share it with everybody.
Did they include the color for what you all have?
Let me just check and see what I've got in my folder. I don't mind looking at, let's see, that's the photos, that's the conceptual, this is photo mapper, this just shows the site location. That's your master application. Let's see what's in here. Nope. Put that. I'm gonna close this one too. That,
That's the site.
yep, from Photo Mapper. I'm just going through, that's the Excel report, I know it's not in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I can try this, it's the only one I haven't opened yet. So it's not in there, so we don't have it.
Tile roof. Change of.
Yeah. Photos for information we can kind of do, but I don't have a way to show it. My problem is I don't have a way to show it on this screen that's getting shared with the public and everybody else on Zoom. That's why I had to stop you.
More earth tones, not a light body, but more of a.
More like this color or,
Yes, right, like a beige almost, the color
Okay.
Trico. The roof tile will be a blend. They call it a Pompano blend, but it's again,
more like this or more orangey
Yeah, that's not so orangey, more browns and.
in, like this in here.
Correct.
Okay,
And then the stone is a ledger stone, which will go on the entry, on the tower only.
okay.
And that's.
And so, on the on the entry tower, when you say that, would it go all the way up here
Yes.
on all three sides that are exposed
As well as the inside of the tower,
and the inside? Okay.
and then tile roof.
Okay.
And a smooth trowel stuff with plaster.
Any other quick questions?
I think the roof, is that a barrel tile or is it an S tile?
The one that's there now is it's actually a flat tile. It's not an S tile or a barrel, but we're proposing a barrel.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other quick questions? Okay. Are you finished, sir? Should I move on to public comment?
I'm finished.
Okay. Call public comment, Jonathan.
Anybody here would like to make a public comment on this item? Please raise your hand.
And
Nobody here from the public would like to make a comment? Nope.
okay. So who wants to start? Oh, don't everybody jump at once. All right, so for next time, I know there sometimes can be issues with submitted plans, so just make sure you coordinate with the planner in advance and make sure that everything you want to talk about gets submitted by the deadline, or they have received it. Because I'll warn you right now, sometimes with the way the links work, it looks like everything's submitted, but follow up with staff and just make sure they received it. Because sometimes it goes into a black hole, God knows where.
We had trouble getting on the agenda. It's just been, it's been backed up. So
Okay.
it's 3 months to get on.
Well, I apologize for that. My standing policy is basically, get you on as soon as possible. And I don't say, oh, we have 10 projects, we're done. I say, pack them on. So hopefully it wasn't on our, that won't continue to be an issue for you. That you can just you can come back next month and get everything together. If the one big question I have for you is your detailing. Since you're changing, the roof material and type, and you're doing some other things, are you planning to match the details for these windows and doors?
No, we'll replace. all the
Okay,
windows and doors.
so what you'll need to do is you'll need to come in for preliminary. When you come in for preliminary, you'll need window and door details and eave details and your chimney and the tower and the stone and I don't know if you need a section or something, whatever it is you're gonna need to fulfill the detailing, but typically we wanna see, the windows and doors, eaves, trellises, eyebrows, anything that's a part of an exterior architectural element. So the tower, yeah. So we're looking at that, and you'll need a color board, which will show. I find it most successful if some people put together a drawing as part of their package and it shows it on there, but it's also really successful to go ahead and make the physical one with the chunk of stucco with the color you want and the paint chip with the notation and everything. And then take a picture of it and submit it as well. And then that way, Nicole, I think your mic is on. And then that way you can go ahead and we can move you forward really quickly that way. So both, if you do a completely digital, where you scan stuff and put it in, but just take a picture of the actual physical color board, because sometimes that can help us because we can really see the color. Not always, but.
Bethany, I think we need to move on.
I'm getting there.
Okay. They could talk to their planner about color board.
Yep. So colors, materials board, details. I don't have any problems with it. The windows and doors, I would like to see them. It looks like you're doing not really a century, but more of a kind of a Mediterranean style. In an elevation, you can't really tell, right? I can't tell if you're rolling it in. I can't tell if you've got like a 2-4 inch or if it's just a 2x4 standard wall, in which case that's pretty boring, quite frankly, you know, and it doesn't really, I mean, stacking an arched window on top of this trio, that's not really straight up with the style. So whatever style you're going for, really drill in, make it nice and everything. It's nice to have these perspectives, but you need elevations, straight up elevations, the 4 elevations. And the line work on the elevations that support your details, okay? So I'd like you to, I guess the best way for me to explain it without kind of a jargon is to say, I need you to really dial in on the style and beef it up so that it looks like whatever it is you're going for, and then tell us that style, okay? Because that'll determine whether you have, you know, this more craftsman look across your garage door with the lights, the divided lights, or, you know, whether you're going to divide the lights on some of these other, you know, the French doors or some of these other windows, because these are more open, kind of a Mediterranean. It's how I'm reading it. So I don't know what style you're going for. So nail it down. We're going to want to see, I'm going to want to see lighting. Again, we want to see a limited amount of fixtures. So we only want, you know, like 1 on the side of the door. Right, even with the garage doors, you know, 1 on each side, you know, whatever is minimal. They need to be dark sky compliant. You need to document that on your drawings. If you have under this porch, if you have light fixtures up in there, you're going to need to document it. The other disconnect for me, and this is also a style thing, is this is kind of, I'm not an architect, so I'm going to struggle a little here, and I could be insulting, so I apologize in advance. It's kind of nondescript. I'm picking up elements of several different things, like the craftsman lights, more of a Mediterranean. You've got these low arches. I think if I was looking at this in a elevation, I might even have more of an objection to it because it would clip the 4 corners. I mean, it would clip those extra corners on the lights on the beside the, I'm reading it as a French door, but you know, it would kind of clip. So I need a little convincing on what style you're going for and, you know, how that's actually being constructed. Okay. So that's kind of my comment. And it might be nice if this little motif here on the end, if instead of just being a place that would collect dirt and stuff and nasty, I mean, you know, you can get rid of it or you can just make a pocket, but it could be nice if it was tile or something neat, maybe a different scale, but I'd be interested to see what that actually turns out to be detailed as. Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Robin?
I think there's some nice elements here, but
yeah,
I have a problem with the entrance. I find it very top heavy and overpowering. I don't know if anyone agrees with that, but
it comes back to style for me. Because of the way those columns, I could buy it, I think, given that it's stone, but I think what bothers me is that arch. There's something about it. It doesn't quite, and the way the eaves are working. I mean, you've got a real truncated, almost, I may say this wrong, but it almost is kind of, it's not really Monterey, but it's almost very, there's another Mediterranean style, but the way that, you know, the stucco just rolls right up to the edge, and you don't really have an eave. There's no real thing, and your fascia there is, you know, you've got that line for a fascia, but again, I may be using the wrong terms, but I think you know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm talking about this.
Those are more like a molded plaster.
Right.
You know, right? Yeah.
And if it's truly a molded plaster thing, that's one thing. But if you're just doing it because you're using, what is it? They're called, is it Plan-On as the manufacturer, and then you plaster over it and everything? It starts to be subdivision-y, you know? So I would say maybe this changes, you know, Robin has picked up on something. Maybe you can do something with the transition to the roof, that the tower is its own thing. And there's something about the tower and the way the stone would go into it that would be different than the plaster. So I'd say restudy the tower broadly. And does that get what you were going after, Robin?
Partly.
Okay, any other comments? Alan?
This is where I think I differ on the committee.
Okay.
My thinking, yeah, looking at this project, and I see where the owners and the architect have spent a lot of time actually improving the way the building is. And to my way of thinking, I don't see anything objectionable to the neighborhood that anybody can see. And in my opinion, if this is what the owners want, I don't have a problem with it. If there was something here that was whacked out, this is my point of view, and that's totally whacked out off the chart, then I can say, okay, we can discuss it, but I don't really see, it's a big project, and I understand everything you said, I'm not disagreeing with it, but for my way of thinking here, if this is what they want, I'm perfectly okay, my vote would be, I'm okay with this, but I agree with you that we need the drawings and line drawings and everything. The way we normally would, and they should have been told this by somebody beforehand.
Okay.
This is conceptual, correct?
Yes.
Right, so we didn't want to get too far down the road.
No, you don't. I understand. You were just fine for conceptual levels.
Okay.
And I think the flat elevations will do it a little more justice.
Well, we'll get to that. I need to get them, we're late. So I need to get back to them and everything. So Denise.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, Bethany, and just to articulate the style a little bit more.
Okay.
So it's reading a couple of ways.
So, Alan's fine with it exactly as it is, and it sounds like the three of us would like to see some more style articulation, a restudy of the tower to make it more of its own element and the way it is. I have no issues with the height, what I'm inferring from the style or anything. I think there's just a few discordant things that they can work out and come back to us with. So it sounds like the balance of the board is take a look at those items.
Keep it going.
But you have a lot of support from Alan. So you have support from us too. I mean, it's a good project just the way it is, and this will make it better. That's our thing. Nicole, did you have any questions about for the minutes?
No, I think I caught it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so return preliminary full board. Preliminary full board, but do make sure you have all those other things, you know, details, lighting, all that kind of stuff.
You got it.
Okay, because I want to be able to move you forward.
Thanks.
Okay. Oh, actually, did we call for public comment?
Yes, we did for this one.
Okay, you sure? All right. I just want to make sure. I get going and then we're off to the races. All right. So now we're set for item number 6, 22 bar 39 Cave Chadwick, new single family dwelling and accessory structures.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and open up the drawings and then we will. Okay, I'm gonna let that sit. That's the other project, right? So we got those two, and we don't. I'll put them in more just for friendly giggles. Okay, and let's go back to the agenda. I will read the comments, and then we'll have the applicant. I heard somebody clear their throat, so I'm assuming they're ready to go. Okay. C-bar comments, I appreciate the removal of the covered pathway. There is excessive glazing on the residential structures and together with upward slope roof will result in light trespass and projection of light outward. The spread out site design will result in multiple sources of light. Trees and other screening / landscape elements cannot be relied upon for permanent screening. Glazing is excessive. Framing the views in a skilled manner can provide a more controlled way to highlight views. The board would like to see the grading produce a more softened, natural appearance than is created by the 2-to-1 slopes proposed. Maximum slope of 3-to-1 instead of 2-to-1 would be much more successful, would better support revegetation, and would create more seamless transitions with existing topography. Provide corrected hillside ridgeline height calculations, and that was specifically for the barn, I might add. Consider the benefits of reducing the distance of the pool and cabana from the main residence. Clustering of structures may help protect from the elements and reduce site disturbance, trenching, and the like. All right. Let me just close that. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I can start if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
My
You
name's,
want to start off?
yeah, I'd be happy to. My name is Craig Minus with CAM Land Use Planning. I'm the applicant's planner. I'm joined with the project architect and the project's landscape architect. We've continued to further refine our plan set. So I think today we're able to give you a progress update to many of your September 16th comments. I'll likely just kind of go through those. I'll jump around just because a couple of them are kind of grouped together. So I think if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to just start on number 5. The landscape architect should be on, and he's been working closely with Civil to meet that, to better resolve that comment that you had. Sean, are you with us?
Yes, he's coming.
Perfect.
Okay, which drawing are you looking for here?
Yeah, it's their sheets start on Civil landscape. 41 is good.
Hi guys, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling. Okay, because there's 38. There's 41.
Yeah, 41 is a revised grading and drainage, and then we get into our conceptual landscape plan. So Sean, I'll let you provide a little update for the group, please.
Yeah, so the update is the Civils updated to provide a maximum 3-to-1 slope. And it's essentially going to be meeting the natural contours at finished grade.
Okay.
Regarding item 6, that should be incorporated in the plans. With respect to the barn does meet the regulations of the hillside ridgeline ordinance, so that should be accomplished in the plan set. Jumping kind of back up to number 3, our team's been working closely on this. This somewhat confused us a little bit, and maybe we can get some further direction from this board on that with respect to trees not necessarily being relied on for permanent screening. And the example that I guess confused our team is, there are a lot of projects, specifically, I think cannabis projects, that have landscape screening plans. And so that just seemed to be a little contradictory to kind of how some of those projects utilize landscape for screening. I want to just talk about item number 7, and then, number 1 is kind of a non-response, but we really appreciate, the removing of the covered pathway. We hope that you see that was progress. Item 2 and 4 are grouped together and largely kind of where we're looking for the most direction today. But let me just address 7 real quickly. We continue to work through that, looking at the opportunities to kind of reduce the distance of the structures and cluster where appropriate. So we've taken that comment to heart, and we continue to work on that. As Tina identified in the planner note, or in the planner memo, we've got some kind of land use related items to work through that with too. So we'll probably be back to you with kind of the final locations of the structure, and that's kind of more to come. But let me kind of focus us in on number 2 and 5, or 2 and 4. And I'll really kind of turn it over to the architect here, because at this point in the stage, we're really kind of looking for, concurrence or more further direction or ideas, additional feedback from you guys on the glazing approach for the main structure, as that was kind of the majority of this discussion over our last 3 conceptual hearings. So Andrew, I don't know if you want to kind of walk us through the submittal and let the group know where, what our updates look like.
Sure. Well, we really appreciate, coming in front of the board and having your feedback on this project. We've worked really hard, and the clients have spent a lot of, energy and money, articulating the design vision they have for this property. It's a 20-acre property with these dramatic views of the valley. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And, we spent a lot of time and energy designing the house they want to have, which is initially was an all glass house that was very low, sunk into the ground, that took advantage of the existing topography, that tried to minimize the disturbance on the site as much as possible, to preserve the open space on the site as much as possible, and to strategically take advantage of the different views located on the site. So that's the kind of dispersed strategy of these very small pavilions that are clustered around the site. And I think, the scale of the project is important to remember, because this is a 20-acre site. The neighboring properties are also 20 acres, but they have a much larger scale development. The main house here is 2,800 square feet. Most of the houses in this area are 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. So this use of glazing, while we're not having glass everywhere, is important to the clients. It's really at the heart of their design intention. And so we feel that the amount of glazing is actually comparable in scale and in area to the neighboring properties. In addition to that, we also are proposing a style of structure and architectural articulation that actually shields the sky much more than the neighboring structures do of the neighboring properties, because we have these roof overhangs that are, in most cases, 3 to 4 times more extended than the neighboring properties. And we've also, we're considering having some kind of frame around that, so there's actually no light spilling up, unlike a conventional, window, which is what the neighboring properties have, which have no shielding to the night sky whatsoever. So the next slide is what shows that comparison of scale in terms of the area of a house. So, like for instance, this elevation, we're showing, the same area of glazing as a larger house, and those houses are much more prominently displayed on the ridgeline. Our house is far below the ridgeline. There is no landscape shielding those larger houses on the developed area around our the neighboring properties. So we feel actually quite strongly that while we do have what looks like a lot of glazing, it actually is comparable in quality and quantity to the neighboring properties. So next slide. And so we could, while the roof is sloping up just for the main house, all the other smaller accessory pavilions, many of which are not even enclosed or are lit because they're not habitable spaces, they're just covered outside terraces. We would articulate a frame around the window, so it's completely horizontally shielded at that edge. Next slide. And we were also considering, reducing the transparency. You go back a slide, sorry. The transparency of the glass from 90% to about 70% transparency. So that would also help reduce the lantern effect. That has been such a concern for us thus far. Next slide. And we would also hope to include a night reflective coating on the inside. So most of the light at night would not actually go outside. It would be reflected on inside. And the clients are, prepared to bring in a lighting consultant to, further detail some of these design options that we're considering, and we're offering up for your consideration as well. So we're also looking to reduce the amount of glass. In many instances, the elevations were floor to ceiling glass. Again, the intention of our design is not to be a giant lighthouse on the ridge line, but actually to be this very subtle structure that's very low, like the cantilevered branches of the live oak trees, which surround all of our structures. So to that end, we're sinking the structure into the ground on some of the elevations, reducing the glazing on elevation from 100% to 71% in this instance. Next slide, please. And this is another example of the glazing reduction from what we had before to where we are now at 77% glazing on that specific elevation. And again, I think it's important to understand the scale of the intervention here. This is not a giant 2-story home. This is a 9 to 10 foot elevation, partially sunk into the ground. So at some portions of the structure, the roof might be 5 to 6 feet, or in some places even less above grade. So again, very low to the ground, taking advantage of the natural topography to reduce the amount of glazing. Next slide, please. The same thing for the cabana. So, on our previous iteration, it was 100% glass. Now we're showing 71% on this specific elevation by pulling up the ground, reducing the amount of glazing, and raising up the opaque walls to follow the natural topography. Next slide, please. Same thing for the main house. This is the same slide. So we're introducing some opaque walls. Next slide as well. And, lifting up the topography and sinking the house very gently into the topography. So there's no net fill required for our site, and having this very blended landscape. So it's very naturalistically sited. We're also, restoring the native landscape in all the disturbed areas, planting a few more live oaks, protecting all of the existing, or most of the existing live oaks that are in good health on the site is very important to us. Again, in direct contrast to all the neighboring properties, which are, these denuded landscapes. All the trees have been clear cut. It's all green grass. It's all this artificial landscape. That's not the native landscape of the area, which we're trying to do. Next slide, please. So the same strategy for the guest house, the pool cabana. Next slide, please. Again, introducing more opaque walls, reducing the amount of transparency, and it's quantified in all of the elevations in the drawing set. Next slide, please. So the last slide here is also something that we've offer up for consideration as a way to help reduce the unwanted light trespass, not on adjacent properties, because there are no adjacent properties that have light trespass from our structures, but for the light trespass that would be seen from across the valley. So we're offering up, the idea of using natural landscape features like boulders to help reduce the amount of glazing that is seen from the valley floor, across the valley, and also additional trees planted to reduce any kind of light trespass that would also extend beyond any adjacent sites across the valley. Again, I think in our previous presentation, we showed quite a few renderings from several miles away. Unlike the neighboring structures, which are very prominently displayed because there's no landscaping and they're on the ridge themselves with equal amount of glazing, which are very visible from across the valley, our structures are actually quite invisible from the night view from across the valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to your consideration.
Okay. Are there any part of this, the landscaping or anything else in the 47 slide set of plans that you need to refer to at this time? Did you want to highlight the barn and show the information with the hillside ridgeline on it, or for example?
Sure, we can show the the ridgeline elevations in the, I believe it's on, keep going forward. I think it's on page 27.
Okay.
Oh no, actually it's further forward. Keep going forward. It's the barn elevation. It's hard to see on here. I think it's 22. Anyway, so now that we've recalculated, shown the ridge line is the existing condition as opposed to the average grade. The structures are all, quite a bit tucked below that ridgeline 16-foot setback offset.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right. And it would really help if you guys would make this text on your dimensions at least as big as the one on the roof. Because this is just really hard to see. And this has happened several times now, which is why I sound a little frustrated. Okay, so this is our existing.
Mm-hmm.
You measure from existing. The whole averaging thing went out about 10 years ago. So what you do is you take the existing grade, whatever it is, whether it's, crumpled like a blanket or smooth like a piece of paper, and you project that 16 feet in the air. And that's what you can't puncture, not the average line.
That's what we're showing here. This is the existing grade offset 16 feet.
Right, that's what this line is up here.
Correct.
But and it's true, and I'm not saying you have an issue. Yeah, because it doesn't look like you've got an issue at all. However, when you show us this, for example, in this elevation, this is existing grade. So I'm inferring, even though there isn't a line out here, for completeness, you need to show us what's from the proposed grading plan. What's happening. Is the grade going like this up here and meeting somewhere close, or?
I think the intent of this structure, though it's meant to be built many years down the road from the main house, is to also sink it into the ground to tuck it into the landscape, like the main house, how it's sunk into.
Yeah,
That's.
But I'm kind of trying to give you some feedback on your drawings for next time. This is something that you really need to do, because for us to buy into this, it's potentially possible, given the grading, once you start pushing buildings in just so they'll make hillside ridgeline. The P&D usually, the planner likes to be able to include in their memo and in their record that that it's meeting grade, and the grading is supportive of the overall design of the building. And what I'm seeing here on this one is, here's your line, and I'm seeing this peak back here, and it's projecting, and you're going to tell me, oh, well, that's beyond. Well, then it would behoove you to demonstrate that this, at the point at which that existing grade goes through, that this portion of the roof is not projecting into your hillside ridgeline. Do not poke through envelope. And I can see what you hear. So it'd be on this back view, which I'm hoping. Oh, sorry, I went too fast. Oh, I lost it.
Page 22.
Yep. Sorry, operator. That's this one here. So, okay,
Correct.
so I'm seeing, so you've got them all, and you've got, I don't know what you've got for your, I don't know what the height is there. 16 feet, okay. So yeah, you look good, everything's here, but you need to show us how this is meeting grade in the future, just so that the set's complete.
Thank you.
And please up those up. Do we have any quick questions from the board?
So, is this Andrew?
Yes, speaking.
Oh, hi, Andrew. So the building, the main residence, then are you tucking it literally into the ground a little bit? So some of the lower level walls will be retaining walls? Is that correct?
Yes, that's the idea. That's the intention.
Okay.
And you can actually see that in some of the photographs of the precedents we've shown as well.
Well, for example, on this one, I do have the main residence here, don't I?
Yes.
Okay, and so this is where you're pushing it into the hillside in various
Correct.
locations. And here's another view. This project's been here numerous times. Okay, so any other quick questions? No. All right, public comment.
If anybody here would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand. If you are calling in, press *6. to raise your hand and star 7 to unmute. Looks like no members of the public would like to make a comment on this item.
Okay. And I don't see anybody jump up or down in here. Okay, so I'm gonna come to the board comments here. And then so we can give you some direct, per your request, we can get more direct with things. I can start. You want to start? Okay, Alan, go.
I really like this project. I think it's very unique. I think it's very different. I don't have any problem now with the lighting. I think it's not going to be a huge problem with the overhang. I appreciate the work that they put into changing it, and I look forward to seeing the board and work that they do. But I think it's a very neat project, and it seems to fit that area, in my opinion, almost perfectly. I like it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just if you can hold your comments or even mute yourself, that'd be great, because I need to get to all the board comments. Okay, so comment number 1 is self-explanatory. That refers to the last time you asked for some direction regarding trees and other landscaping elements. Basically, we don't rely on them. People do use them. It's part of the toolbox, and you're correct. They can provide screening. And we're not saying don't do screening, but we're saying the building has to stand on its own. You can then provide extra screening just like you would with a wall or a fence or anything else. And I understand landscape is much more suitable in various different places. So, but it isn't permanent, not as permanent as the buildings anyway. I'll get to the glazing in a second. The grading looks excellent. Thank you very much for responding. There's always, when it comes to site grading, when you're actually doing it, and this is more for the owner and we don't have a contractor yet, but it's always of a benefit to be able to feather it in. And the more that's shown on the plans at this stage, the better the end result when it's actually built. But a 3-to-1 slope, I hope was more pleasing to you as well. I think it looks great. The hillside ridgeline, I already talked about that a little bit. Comment number 6 from the previous hearing. You just need to do what I was saying and show how it actually is going to sit on the built site once you've done the grading and all that, because right now it's just kind of floating subgrade. So add that, and please make all of your texts at least 12 or 14 point, because 16 or 18 is better, because not only do we have old eyes, but you just can't read it unless I zoom in horrendously. So, and then as far as the number 7, consider the benefits of reducing the distance of the pool and the cabana. As you mentioned in your presentation, that's kind of an ongoing thing to be thinking about as you're doing your site planning. And I understand you're doing those kinds of things. It was more of a comment. I think you've addressed that in your response. I'd just say, given the climate, the literal climate in this location, just kind of keep that in mind, because you don't always want to have to hoof it. So let's talk about the light trespass, and I'm going to disagree a little bit with Alan. I'm just going to go back up here and bear with me while I talk about this. So what was referred to, the intention of the comments before perhaps was not explained sufficiently clearly. In this instance, this arrow is showing a cutoff. What the board was trying to convey is that when you have a roof form that comes out this high, it actually allows the light to go out this way, right? And depending on your grade form, this way. So you get this big opening. And because of the height of the fenestration, you get a wide opening that is not cut off in any way, shape, or form. What you're showing here is absolutely correct. You know, and if you had a big eave going out like this, it wouldn't make a bit of difference because you lowered the header on the window and created less of a full wall glazing and a much more limited aperture. And that's making our point for us. You have a smaller source of the light. The other thing that happens with this is that you get reflected light. The light comes out of the room depending on the light source, and it comes up and it gets reflected down. So you get, because of this long overhang. That was some of the intent behind what we were trying to convey, poorly apparently, in the last hearing. And I'd like to talk about this, and thank you so much for these wonderful drawings, because it's very easy for me to make my lighting responses and comments to you, because these are just perfect, absolutely perfect. So, and not incorrect. I'm not disagreeing with anything you've shown, except to explain, you know, that in our experience, you get this kind of a thing with the reflection. But here, when you view this from a distance, especially once you start looking at quarter of a mile, half a mile, what you get is you get small pinpricks and glow, because these are kind of concise, discrete lights. And if a light is on in this room, for example, it's on in this room, it's not all the way across. Because, as you said, the house is smaller and has a more open plan, a light source in the room can trespass through this entire area. And so what it is that you've got the difference between a small bathroom window and a big, huge plate glass window kind of a thing. So this is what we are looking at. We're looking at this in the aggregate. I will say that I do very much appreciate the fact that you're offering to do this tenting. This is to tent the glass down to 75%. That goes a long way towards personally reassuring me. I do like the idea of this night reflective interior coating or treatment or whatever it is it winds up being. And I would really look forward to seeing some more information on that and the tinting, as well as some samples, pictures of samples and that kind of stuff, because I think that goes a long way towards helping you make your case and really cementing it for me to give me something to base findings on. I do appreciate the fact that, you know, here you were showing the fenestration coming down, the glazing coming down, excuse me, and just meeting that proposed grading. And what you're doing here is you're actually pulling the grading down a little and adding in these little blocks. And so you've actually reduced the actual glazing. I really appreciate that. I think this is a good approach and strongly support it. And I think it transfers to not only all the sides of the main house and the guest house and the cabana. It goes a long way towards helping me understand the reduction graphically. I would like to see when we get into it, you're going to need some exterior lighting. I'm noticing like this is a door, so obviously there's going to need to be a light. That's a code issue. So I look forward to how you work on those exterior lights and how they start to enter in your illustration. I realize it may not be shown in this particular illustration, and that's fine. But in a way, because you have chosen to do this kind of a design and with the goal, which is a good one, And as Alan said, and this I do strongly agree with, you very much accomplished it. I do appreciate and actually like the means in which you have placed these buildings, even though they're disparate, you've placed them in the landscape. But one of the things that's happened by spreading them out, instead of having these small, a large building, even a large building with these small apertures of light, you've co-located it. And so I'm really grateful to see that you started to cut off some of those bottoms, like as is shown here, and eliminated some of the floor to ceiling glazing. Because what's happening is you just get this big, essentially, this big chunk of glazing that because of the style and everything else, you can get that emanation of light, and it winds up, because of the interior walls, it's not so discreet. So I would appreciate a little extra information in that. I think you're going in an excellent direction. I really appreciate the thought you've put into this and the approach you've taken. I think that, and I'm not going to try and speak for somebody who's not here, and I'm not going to try and include their comments, but that concern, as captured from the previous meeting, had to do with some of this reflection and the idea that you've got this big cone with a big opening, and with what you've started to do with reducing this, you're getting a smaller opening. I don't know if, for me, I'm okay with this in the direction you're going, and I think ultimately I could support it. But I look to see Robin and Denise's comments to see what they think about it and where you'd like to see it go. Robin?
I don't really have a whole lot to add. I concur with Bethany, and I want to thank the applicants. Your responses are always so well thought out and beautifully illustrated. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Alan. I think it's a lovely project, and I really appreciate how you've included a wonderful pathway and a means to access the property in your site plan. I wasn't here for the covered walkway part of it, but I thought that was quite brilliant. But I appreciate that you've actually given the owners a way to get from building to building in that lovely pathway.
Okay. Anything to add, Alan? Okay, board. This is here for further conceptual and preliminary approval. I think I would like a slightly more complete package with the lighting and some of those other corrections and everything else before actually taking a preliminary action. I'd also think that it'd be nice if more people were here, but just from right now, I just would like to see a little bit more completeness for the package and everything all together. So I'd say return preliminary full board. Denise? Sure. Okay. Okay, so this is directed to the applicant. So when I'm talking about a complete package, your presentations and your graphics for your slideshow, I'm going to call it a slideshow. I know it's more of a PowerPoint, but it's always wonderful to see that, and it's very specific. And if you come back with another one, that's wonderful. But for your plan set, if you could please, for preliminary, since that's our appealable action, could you please kind of go through and make sure that you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's as far as, like the Hillside Ridgeline documents, the text and font, your landscaping This is now time to get specific with seed mixes and where your erosion control and where your trees are going to go and what they are and what size. All of those kinds of information. Take a crack at the Wello. If you haven't already, I think you did once before. Just really get the whole thing. And I'm where I'm looking for it is in this 40-some page application or drawing set here. And if you need to do more pages, fine, just break it up. A lot of times people will put the civil and the grading and the landscape together in a separate PDF, but yeah, just go ahead and submit that and then a color and materials board and your lighting. And you need to show on your elevations, you need to show those locations for the lighting. And then, you know, key for, you know, which fixture is which. You may wind up with ones that are set up in the eaves. You may wind up with ones that are, you know, mounted on the wall or all that kind of stuff. If you're going to do landscape lighting, put it on the landscape plan or an overall lighting plan. Doesn't matter to me, however you do it. But just make sure everything is in there and that all of the plans are jiving, like that the landscape plan shows the grading, if they're going to show it, you know, that they're up to date with it and that they're showing the right tree masses and everything. So that's what we want to see you come back with for a preliminary full board. Okay?
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You folks have a great day.
Thank
All
you.
right. Item number 7, Ballard Ranch LLC.
We just did that.
Oh, we did Ballard early. That's right. Sorry. Item number 8. There was a correction. Jonathan and I were confused. We said that Denise's conflict was with item number 6. It's not. It's with item number 8. If you were wondering why she stayed for 6. All right, depart, my dear. Just go stand outside.
All righty.
Okay, 22 bar 133, Lognu Pool and Pool Cabana. Tony, are you here?
Hey, Bethany, Brett Jones. Tony is
Brett,
gone.
okay.
Scott.
That's right.
Scott Dominguez is going to do it.
You got it. I forgot about that. Okay, so that's that one. There's the lighting. Okay, Scott, you want to start with the site plan and?
Yeah, sounds good. So I'm gonna
Okay.
do my best to fill in here. But I think we can kind of maybe go to the direct comments that you guys had for us last time.
Yeah, I'll read them.
Okay, go ahead.
As proposed, the amount of glazing would result in excessive light trespass, which must be addressed. Consider lowering the height of the structure to be most subordinate to the main residence. Difference in materials as compared to the residence is acceptable. Okay. Take it away.
All right, so looking at this sheet here and just to start off, not to confuse anybody further, the elevations are just mislabeled on here, but I'm just going to go ahead and use how it's labeled going forward. Okay, so first, number 2, the north elevation as labeled. We originally had a window and then a bifold door. It has now been reduced to the 2 windows that you see here. Also, too, there was window openings kind of in that triangle opening up in that there, and that's
correct.
That's been removed as well.
Okay.
And then moving to the west elevation as labeled, no changes there. That all remain the same. Labeled the south elevation, the only change here again is that sort of triangle kind of area up above the window area has been removed there. And then moving to the east elevation, the 2 windows have been narrowed. So we had 2 larger windows. Each of those, I think, were double in size previously. Those have been reduced to still keep some natural light coming in, but to help, again, reduce any sort of spill out.
This is Nicole. I'm really sorry about the message earlier.
Nicole, your mic is on.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go for it, Scott.
All right. And so those are the main changes and sort of how we address the comments. It's updated on these 3D renderings here. As you can see.
So just to kind of encapsulate what you're saying, we lost the 2 triangular windows up here. This was a door like this. It's now a window.
Yes.
On this end, we also lost the triangle windows, and these 2 windows here and here narrowed.
Exactly.
Okay, and the finishes and everything are the same as was presented last time, right?
Yep, all the finish and everything are the same. Materials, correct.
Okay, let me just zoom in a little bit. Let's see. There we go. So we've got the what looks like meant to be a used kind of recycled timber.
That's correct.
And a downlight. Okay. Can you tell us where those lights are located?
Yeah, so if you go to the, I believe the other document that you have. Oh yeah, you can start there.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
These are the cut sheets. But to the right of those elevations is a lighting plan.
Right there. What? Tell Tony when you see him, he needs to put the dang lights on the elevation.
All right. So all the interior lights are above head except for the chandelier, which is in the center there. And all the lights except for that chandelier have a cover on them. So they are still, I guess, night sky compliant, even though they are interior. As far as the lights that are on the outside, they're labeled with an E. They're at the corners of, I guess, the east side of that floor plan. And then there's one by the door there, and then one on the door on the west side.
Oh, that's what he's got on the elevation. He didn't actually draw the picture.
There you
He
go.
just put an E. Okay, tell him I said he was lazy.
Okay.
So that's, am I misinterpreting? Is it meant to be mounted high? Up here? Because I mean, this is
I would
the cut sheet.
Yeah, I would assume so, but this is the cut sheet for that exterior sconce. So sort of that kind of old farmhouse feel, shielded, downlit.
Okay.
Other than that, yeah, everything's size and everything else is similar floor plan. So we just have, I think, 4 of those exterior light fixtures.
Yes. Looks like there's one beside these 2, each of these doors. And there's one on these 2 corners.
That's correct.
Okay. So that one's by the utility door, this is the man door, and this is the corner. All right, and these are both corners. That's the utility door, that's the man door. I'm not sure what that one's meant to be. That must be way back on that corner.
Yeah, I think that's just showing that far east corner.
Yeah, and then this is a corner and this is by the utility door. Okay. Makes sense. All right, let's do your landscape.
And landscape, yeah, no changes. I don't know if there's really real comments. Same kind of plan as last time as far as the planting scheme and layout, and just that idea of trying to buffer both sides of the property, specifically to the south. I know that was some area of concern that we do have a planted hedge there now. And then further to the north of the property's existing plant material and vegetation, and then just some additional photos of those areas. And then that elevation, again, that shows the sort of length of property down below from the lower barn, that view up.
All right, so when you come back, make sure, well, what are we here for? Let's see, you're here for further conceptual review. Oh, okay.
Hey, Bethany, I'm sorry, Brett Jones interrupting. I
Yeah.
think maybe these comments right here are from the August meeting. We were
Yes.
here in September,
Yep,
and
know.
I have in my
Understand.
notes, I have my notes to return for preliminary.
yeah, unfortunately, it didn't make it on the agenda.
I understand. I have that issue on 2 of the items today with the agenda just coming out on Tuesday. It didn't give me time to review it, but perhaps we could, if we get to it, we can come back for preliminary / final at the next meeting. We'll see.
Well, don't get ahead of me. I appreciate your concern, and I'm a little surprised too. So, Scott, I would say just make sure you update your floor plan because you're showing some doors here.
Okay, so here's.
Got it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, here, I have the comments from last time was consider extending the band of windows on the east elevation to replace the glass accordion doors, which you did. Consider tinting the windows. We didn't talk about that. Consider interior lighting design and its impact on night sky intrusion, which you talked about. Appreciate the idea of interior window treatments, but these are unenforceable and could be removed, and other measures should be studied. Exterior light fixtures to be dark sky compliant, and that's what you did. So, sounds really, really good. Let me just see. Did the board have any other comments?
I think that the applicants have met all of our
Okay,
requirements.
but do you have any questions or anything? I gotta call public comment. Okay. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this project? And since there aren't any, we're gonna go to the board deliberation. We kind of segued into that. Yeah, it is a shame that further conceptual preliminary wasn't what is agendized at, because I would probably make a motion for preliminary, but do we want to do preliminary final full board or consent?
Can we do final on this? I thought this was just preliminary.
They're not actually agendized for preliminary today. Even though we said return preliminary, it didn't get agendized for that. It's agendized for further conceptual.
We can do that next time.
Yeah, I'm asking, do you want to see it preliminary final, full board, or? Yeah, okay. So, Brett, I think the consensus is that we'll do preliminary final full board. My note to Scott is, go ahead and make sure your plans match with, Mr. Cano's.
That's an easy update.
Yeah, and Tony needs to show the actual fixture and its location because the height is not noted. I mean, his E is kind of floating there. And I'm not sure if that's where he's intending to mount it or not. I mean, if he is, that's great, but I'd like to see it. I think the changes that have been made are sufficient. We would have given, I think we would have given this preliminary today if we could have.
I agree.
So, so Nicole, do you need anything else from us?
No, what did we end up saying it would come back for?
Preliminary final full board.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, and a color board. I mean, we've got the picture here, but if he needs to make his notes as to, you know, what's trim and all that good stuff. I mean, this is a conceptual color board. So go ahead and make the final one, guys. All right. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so item number 9, 22 bar 87 Rasmussen, new single family dwelling and garage. Come on in, Denise. Okay, while I get the plans up for number 9. Well, we're not gonna make 2:30, but Might make 3. Nice. Okay, got it. We'll be done by 3. We're skimming through them now. Okay, Brett, is this your project too or not?
Yes, and Ken Radke and James Kyle are here to present it.
Okay. So we're on a mission, gentlemen, so.
Okay, we'll try to be brief. Hello, this is Ken Radke with Blackbird Architects. Am I coming
Okay,
through?
yeah, Ken, you are. Let me just read the comments real quick and,
Yeah.
and can boogie on down the road. This project exemplifies combining grading and architectural design to integrate the proposed structure with the site. Sounds like we loved it. The board supports the proposed grading as it appropriately lowers the home into the site and works with the existing topography. Provide proposed lighting fixture information and ensure that lighting is minimized and dark sky compliant. Prepare a physical color board and submit a photo of it. Okay, so here we go. This is out Ballard Canyon. We spent a lot of time on Ballard Canyon today. Okay, yep. So this is the project location. All right, sir.
Yes, okay, thank you. As I said, Ken Radke, James Kyle, and Kat here from Blackbird. The owners of the property, the Rasmussens, are here. Lynette and Kurt, they're pretty excited about this step. You're looking at the topo there, which reminds us of Ballard Canyon at the north, coming up across an easement up the hill, and then arriving right where the cursor there is at the gentler part of the knoll. You could go to the next PDF, page 3, and that will remind you of those photos of the site, that sort of gentle spot, and that's the existing kind of like ranch drive that's there. You might actually go all the way then to page 16 on the PDF, just to like combine the architectural discussion and reminder. This shows you the architectural site plan and it kind of with the road winding up and around with the approach from the south, then there in the middle. So you come from the north and you arrive at the south of the house on a little mesa that's bermed into the hillside behind that sinuous wall. Yep, 17. You can see that creates some sheltered spaces between the house and the wall for use. And this plan is identical to the plan that you saw before, just in much greater detail. You can see the floor plan on page 18. And I believe, as a matter of fact, there's probably a separate document that has the materials board. Yep. And we could cover that, which is pretty self-explanatory. The roof is this matte standing seam roofing for that butterfly roof. We have the low slope roofs, which have a membrane has a mineral finish actually scattered on the top. Hardscape and motor court pathways and so forth are all earthen, this earthy palette. The body materials are this Corten metal panel siding mostly as accents. We have an earth tone exterior plaster, and we also have rain screen wooden slats that would be used at points at the garage and on some of the faces that we'll show in the elevations. For the long site wall there, we're proposing the board form concrete, and the doors and windows would all be this matte anodized aluminum bronze, this sort of earthy, dark brown. So as background for the next couple of sheets then, so you can see that floor plan, and the next 19 is the garage plan, which is sort of offset by a breezeway. The roof plan helps you, reminds that page 20 is the You can see it's hipped, but those are essentially flat, low slope roofs that have this mineral sort of finish. And then this shallow little butterfly roof that pops up, which is the only taller space in the house, which is the living dining, goes up to the highest point of the top of that roof is just under 16 feet. So you can see that roof plan. And then page 21 gives you the west elevation, which is the elevation that looks towards those spaces sheltered by the wall. So you can see that flat roof with mineral on top of it, and you can see the butterfly roof beyond that hops up above the great room. This is in essence the south elevation to the drive court, and so you see the entry in the middle with the kind of sheltered courtyard by these little arms, bedrooms on the left, and the back side of the garage on the right. And you can see the driveway represented coming up the hill. East elevation. Yep, east elevation, no problem. Just let me know. The east elevation is this longer elevation with the garage on the left. As you're looking to it, you can see the butterfly roof that's set back. And you'd see the hill in the background that is planted, and Scott Dominguez will cover that in a second. On the right there, where that person is standing, is a breezeway. So it's just covered outdoor space for living, for outdoor living. And you can see where that basically outdoor, a bar and kitchen, kind of just an outdoor living space. This north elevation shows you those two wings flanking left and right. So kitchen on the left, bedroom on the right. You're looking at the living dining set into that H-shaped plan with the butterfly roof popped up. Down below is the ADU, which is not to be discussed, is my understanding. And I think this shows pretty well that hillside that we're bermed into, so that with the new proposed landscape of natives on the knoll. Page 24 and 5 are fascia details and so forth. I think the one that you're probably going to be most interested in is going to be 26. Has actually the fascias that just show it's very, very clean. Nothing really to see there other than the dark receding color fascias. And then page 29, I think, is going to be of interest. That shows the graphic window schedule. If we're being abbreviated in the presentation, very consistent. And probably a notably of interest for you would be page 30, which is the electrical plan. And so it's a very exterior lighting electrical plan, so a very limited palette. Under these flat soffits, we've got a small recessed light fixture. So it's a 1.75 inch aperture. So it's really, really tiny little dimmable recessed cutoff fixture that just again can be turned on. It's got the 2700 Kelvin warm dim, and then only I think 3 or 4 locations we've got an actual sconce, which is this 4-inch cylindrical 18-degree tight beam cutoff fixture, also dimmable, that's used, as code requires at certain doors.
Okay, so let me zoom in, Kent, and then
Yeah.
if you could just identify the ones that are, like, I'm assuming it's this one, is that sconce, the cylinder, and this one?
Yep. So there's 2 sconces there. There's one at the right there that you can see on that little wing right by those doors. And there's
one here.
Yep. And then you can see there are 2 over there on the left-hand side that are
Right there?
towards the retaining wall. Yep.
Right,
And then
like
there's
two is.
two at the front door that are in that courtyard, and then flanking the
Oh, the garage,
yep.
and it looks like one more at this door. Okay. Okay,
And then Scott is here, can cover lighting, landscape, and page 9 begins the landscape sheets.
all right.
All right. Yeah, so it's our layout sheet. I think the main areas to look at here, again, to kind of what Ken said, is pretty similar to our initial plan, just a little bit more in detail. So this is, again, just identifying the main vehicle driveway and access up to the motor court, as well as the circulation pedestrian that sort of loops around this property connecting with the ADU. Our clients are really interested in having walkable area around their property. So that's what this is given. Also to the west there, up above that site wall is a pathway that connects and loops back around with some little viewing patios on that end, looking out to the west. And then also too, we've included just some, terracing of some walls, gabion walls, to kind of just showcase in an interesting way some natural stone, local stone, that just kind of helps break up the topography a bit. They would be low, so kind of tucked into the topography as it slopes down. Again, just to provide some interest on the east side, and then as you enter the motor court there.
So that's the L06 as
Exactly,
opposed to L5, which is more of a concrete.
Exactly. Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
And then we do have just the path lights, the landscape lighting on that sheet as well.
Okay, I'll go back to it.
Yep, there's our
That's-
fixture there and that symbol. Yeah, yep,
Kind of asterisk looking dude.
exactly. And just along the pathways, just for access, low light areas, evening walks and whatnot.
Okay.
Detail sheet. Next is our irrigation, hydrozone plan, and well calculations.
Okay.
Irrigation details. Planting plan. And again, the overall kind of vision for this space is, native planting, wanting to maximize, views to the north, south, and east. We do have more screening up on the west, as far as some trees and other vegetation. And then for main portion of our trees are oaks. There's a lot of oak woodland there existing now. So we want to tie into that sort of vernacular. And then the understory planting and other areas, native grasses, manzanitas, ceanothus, sages, to create these large swaths on these larger planting spaces to create a little bit of rhythm and continuity throughout.
So this is your,
That's our plant legend there.
okay,
And then ending with some just planting details. So that would conclude the landscape plans.
okay. And you folks are here today for preliminary and final. Wonderful.
Make a motion.
Can I call for public comment first?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay, any comments? I don't know if you heard that Robin said, great project.
Thank you. We're excited.
It's an excitable project.
I'll make the motion for preliminary.
Okay, there's a motion for preliminary final from Alan. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Denise. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you very much.
CBAR board, thank you as always for your hard work. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Ken. Have a good day.
You too.
Item number 10, 22/90, the Hoban Tennis Family Trust New Single Family Dwelling. I keep trying to make this sound French. Sorry.
I'm familiar with this property too.
Okay.
Thank you, Bethany.
Okay, don't forget to turn your microphones off. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and read these comments while they're up in front of me. Provide an exhibit to clarify whether or not the project is subject to hillside ridgeline, and within the design team, look to soften graded slopes such as 2-to-1 slopes. So let me go ahead and get this up. Oh, he brought materials. Sure.
Hey, Bethany, can I make a quick comment?
Is about this project? Yes.
Yes, it is. This is the second one that our meeting in July. I have a note that returned for preliminary, and that did not make the agenda. So again, I don't want to get in front of you, but let's consider that at the end, please.
Sure. There could be reasons for that too, Brett. Sometimes P&D is not as far along with their land use clearance as we are in our review. And so sometimes that can, just because we say preliminary or preliminary final, that doesn't always, doesn't always translate. Sometimes it is an error.
No, I understand. I did talk to Adam, and he said he was going to contact, I don't know if he contacted Jonathan or not, but that it was okay for preliminary.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but it didn't make it to the agenda, right? Okay, so here we go. Let's zoom in real quick since it's been since July. Let's see where we are.
Yeah, we're just north of downtown Los Lumbreros, about a half mile off of Figueroa Mountain Road. It's on the Campo Road.
Okay.
20-acre parcel. We were here on July 15th. I think all but one of you saw this project then. Received pretty positive comments. I'll take a look at the two comments that were noted. First off, if you can go to the second page, which is a little closer in site plan. We have noted the 100-foot within our building footprint. We're at 6.5-foot drop here. And then down by the driveway was where we thought it was a little bit tighter, and it's actually 10 feet. So we're outside of that 16-foot drop. We cited the house to take advantage of the views, block the prevailing winds from the west. And the other comment was regarding the bioretention basin and easing some of the grading. So I will kick it to Scott Dominguez from Arcadia Studios to discuss the civil and landscape plans that have been updated. You there, Scott?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Scott, which sheet do you want?
Yeah, let's go to that next one there. I think the main change here is the basin. So we really just wanted to soften it up a bit and create a pretty low, depressed, and it's right along the driveway as that curves around. Yep, there you go. And so all the drainage from on site is shooting out to this basin, and I think previously it was a little tighter and steeper. So we massaged this a bit to create, like I said, a slightly less depressed area. I think it is maybe 2 feet from the edge down to the bottom. And then worked along with the grades along the driveway as well. And we can probably move down to the landscape plans.
Real quick, are these slopes here on this low side of the driveway, are these still 2-to-1 or did they get feathered to 3-to-1?
They got feathered to 3-to-1, and then we also, indicating on the landscape plan, we do have some boulder to help as well on the edge. Let's see, go to that sheet there, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the layout plan for the landscape. So just indicating sort of the entry driveway there, which would be a chip seal as you enter into the motor court. And on the the west side there is some boulder kind of bank cutouts to help with that grading. And those will actually act as some sort of slight tree wells once we get to the planting plan. Motor court, chip seal. And then as we move to the pool area and pool deck, a little bit more of a refined material and paver that would surround that space, along with some planters that are incorporated into there. In line with the, where your cursor is at the fire pit area, and pathway and circulation that connects out to the master bedroom there.
And the material on the pathway?
Yeah, those will be gravel.
Okay.
Hydrozone plan, Wello calculations, and then we'll get into our planting. So again, wanting to provide a little bit more of a planting envelope up against the house into planters, and as we move away to sort of naturalize, and again keeping with that native planting schematic, grasses and sages and manzanitas. Trees will be oak trees. We might, and we do have some accent trees as well, and some olives incorporated into there. For that basin, using Carex, Muhlenbergia, so that it does, again, not look out of place as you approach the house, but more of a natural depression meadow entering the motor court there.
Okay, let's go to the.
And this, kick it back to Brian.
Thank you. Just a quick review, our floor plan hasn't changed. It's a series of masses connected by hallways, going for a traditional blend of traditional style with contemporary elements. And if you go to the next page, you'll see the massing more of our standing seam metal roof, which is noted here with an image of that weathered copper standing seam metal roof. We have flat roofs that will have a fascia, aluminum fascia that will match, similar to the standing seam metal roof color. This is our garage and guest house.
Roof plan.
And roof plan of those. Elevations for you, we're just under 22 feet at the tall massing in the middle. The bookends of this on the south elevation are manufactured stone veneer on the left and right there with those gable forms. And then the central element there is a stucco, standing seam metal roof, as I said. And of most importance will probably be introduction of our materials board, which will be a couple pages after this.
Okay.
Elevations, you can see our central massing. The two accessory structures will also be stucco. So the only stone elements will be the two gable elements at the main house.
Mm-hmm.
So our material board, our material selection, starting from top down, I guess, the weathered copper roof. The stucco body for the central is proposed as a Benjamin Moore Revere pewter. The stone veneer is a stone manufactured stone veneer. We do have a sample of it here. It is the same as what's portrayed on the color board. This is the same weathered copper roof as well. The doors and windows are aluminum doors and windows with a bronze anodized finish. And the light fixture, we have 12 exterior light fixtures. They're just at the required outdoor code required locations. Excuse me. And it is a cylindrical anodized bronze fixture, 2700K, dark sky compliant. We do have some light fixtures in the soffits. We'll have 12 of those. Will come when we come back for preliminary and final. Of course, we'll have a spec sheet for that, similar to the last project that you just reviewed. We'll have a small aperture round, more than likely.
You'll need to locate them too.
Yes, we have that actually on Once we look at these, the last sheet is the electrical sheet, which we can,
Perfect.
got some details with our fascia. We
Okay.
are going to do on the stone, the manufactured stone portions, we will do either a cut stone or a cast, concrete cast stone cornice, rather than having the stone just die. That's detailed in 13 there. And then in the plaster area, we'll have a
Same.
plaster
Yep.
detail. Metal roof details.
There's your
And
light.
then, yes, our electrical, you can see just the dots are in our 3 flat roof sections. Those round dots would be locations of the recessed lights, dimmable, 2700K warm dim. And then the exterior light fixtures are at the exterior doors, the required exterior doors, just one in each. And that one's there for the sliders to the left.
Here,
And then
here.
there. Yep. Correct. Just one at the dining area, outside the dining room area. And then, one at the- yes,
There and
outdoors.
there.
One for each side. And then one at the, correct?
What's that door?
That one's a balcony, so Juliet balcony.
So it doesn't need one?
We don't need one there, so.
Perfect. Thank you for leaving it off. Okay, public comment?
If anybody would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. No public comment?
Comments from the board? It come back to us with those, essentially soffit mounted under roof, boards. Let's see, on your elevations, if you could, you've got mostly your height. It might be nice to see an overall height dimension.
Okay.
On this one too, just for clarification so that we know that everything's kind of staying where it's supposed to be and we know what we're approving.
Sure.
Nice color board. Yep, we got that there. On your elevations, let me just check. You should probably add those light fixtures. We typically ask for them to be depicted on the elevation as well as in that plan.
We do have those on there. That one right there is actually a picture window on the south. If you see above.
Okay, so there's one
Yeah, there's
here,
one there, and they're pretty small.
one there. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, no.
You
sorry,
might-
try it out.
You might give one of them a call out on
Okay.
each elevation so that, it kind of calls attention to itself a little
Sure.
bit. So we can see it. Thank you for putting it on the elevations. I appreciate the completeness. Landscape plan looked good. Preliminary final full board. Anybody else have any other comments? Nope. Okay, return preliminary final full board planner memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Nicole, are you ready to do minutes?
I am. I'm just finishing up that one last sentence in this one, but then I'm ready. Yes.
Can you go ahead and share with her? Thank you for the concise presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Nicole, you're able to share your screen now.
We're gonna lose Alan in 3 minutes, so. He has to.
Here you go. Can you see that? Notes for item 1?
Yes, we can. The break up the second story. The remove or relocate window box design from the tractor pass through. Okay, for building T, for next hearing, provide pictures of the existing structures you're planning to match. Before next hearing, provide story poles and tell planner when they're up, et cetera. Building W, the comment, G. And it's the tractor pass-through instead of tractor garage. You can combine those two. I'll let you do that. That's what I was trying to do. And I'd say, for H, you could say site circulation should be depicted, including the road that runs from L, the road that runs along the property line, as well as, and site circulation should include pedestrian, equestrian, quad, ATVs, and vehicles.
Sorry, I didn't-
You're back on the other one. I know, I'm going too fast, sorry.
Which one are we on now?
H.
Okay.
And you can, we're gonna group H. And L. And both H and L, as they stand right now, are subsidiary comments. The overarching comment is that site circulation needs to be depicted and graphically depicted, and should include, at a minimum, I have more to that comment, and should include at a minimum. And then I was gonna say pedestrian. Vehicular. And equestrian. And then you could say, there you go. Kind of, we lost you there. Okay, and then as far as, that can be a period. And then you can say something along the lines of, and I was going back to what used to be L, but I think is now P. Oh, no, it's J. The road that runs along the property line is just the start of a circulation plan. And then I think you can get rid of the rest. What do you think? We can get rid of the rest, guys? Okay.
Give me 1 second. My audio is having an issue. Let me. Sorry, 1 second.
Get back to that. Just keep that part.
Circulation plan, period, and then remove but and everything else after it.
Okay.
Okay. The shade I put at the end of the landscaping.
Comment?
Yes, yes,
I want-
absolutely.
If they want the horses to drop dead of heat stroke, that's not our concern.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought too, but
Get rid of it.
are you comfortable?
No, I think it's crucial that we protect wildlife and animals.
It's not really part of,
Well,
it's,
I mean,
it's a.
you guys talk about.
We
shading
said
all
it.
the time, and Puck talks about it all the time.
It does have to do, no, and it is, I think what Nicole's getting at is that we do talk about energy and the light and natural light and shading and cooling for structures and that kind of stuff. And I think that's where Denise's comment comes in, but I think it's part of the landscape comment because she said specifically consider trees. Shading is a concern. Consider adding trees.
It should be a considerate, just like. you
Yeah.
said.
Consider adding trees. Shading is a concern. Yeah, you could just add it there. Consider adding trees. I think you could drop L. Okay, let's go to the next one. Everybody okay with this?
What did we have this one returning for?
It was further conceptual. Where you going? Okay.
Yeah, it's actually right there. Fresh 18. Flush 18. No problem. Take care, Alan.
Okay, number
You're
2,
welcome.
explore options to update the doors and trim, white different work. Okay, so this was which one was this one? This was,
That
Is this-
ADU one with the maroon and the white door.
okay, so I think what you can say is, given the remodel and of the ADU and the proposed 3-story garage, there's an opportunity to explore options for colors and materials. Take off everything else. And put a period there and then add the next sentence to it. More recessive earth tones, as discussed, are preferred. So we're at C. Pepper trees are acceptable. And then semicolon. Consider adding others for shade. You okay with that? Okay, next one. And it was returned preliminary file. Okay, I'm trying to scroll your screen.
It's been a long day.
I should just email it to you and let you type it. Okay.
Concerned with the amount of glazing. Did we say that we're concerned with the amount of glazing on that one?
I did.
Okay.
I think there might have been more to her comment, but
I think it really was more about, I think what we wound up, you know, we made a lot of little comments about the architecture, but I think, isn't it, what we're mainly concerned with here is whether this is gonna, you know, where this building's gonna be sited, what its height is gonna, you know, that was the main, right? So do we wanna, I mean,
Like why bother?
I'm not sure the glazing comment is pertinent at this point,
Mhm.
as far as the minutes.
I was degrading it, but I got the same.
Oh, do that, concerned with the amount of grading, because that was what was said, yeah, that makes more sense. I was confused, I was like, glazing? Okay, the building appears to improve the skyline, a site visit with story poles is required, provide a minimum of 4 story poles, I think that's fine. And with the first comment, or you could just put this as F, yeah, further conceptual with a site visit. Okay, the main concern is to, how can we say this? Because what we said to them, and I don't remember exactly the words I used, but what we said was, we need to get this building situated.
I think you also noted the skyline.
All right, that's in there.
Okay, good, because I can't really read it.
It's okay.
It seemed like it was all about that thing, like.
Let's do, at the end of E, say a site visit is critical to establishing the building, location and footprint. And then we can get rid of F and move to the next one, number 4. My dog is going 8. Okay, number 4. Provide color materials, but be sure to include fence material, include a photo of the tower, and provide specs for metal finish on the tower. Suggest including a photo of the tower with the required specs for metal finish on the material board. So suggest including a photo of the tower with the specs for metal finish on the materials board. And you could just say, provide a fencing detail. Okay. Okay. Next. And the proposed easiest intended for craftsmen, Mediterranean, etc., and ensure that the architectural details. Okay, that's perfect. We study the entrance tower. You could put in parentheses, appears top heavy, or do we want to put anything in there about the disconnect between the stone and the roof and the transition, or just restudy? Okay, we'll just say restudy the entrance tower. Provide elevations, provide color board and details, submit a dark sky component, limited number of fixtures. Turn for preliminary, perfect. Or limited quantity. Whatever sounds better. Okay, next. Compliance. Here we've got it again. Appreciate the reduction and this is C. Appreciate the reduction in uninterrupted glazing. And the, how do I want to phrase that? Because they raised and the elimination of much of the floor to ceiling glazing. Or
They put a wall. That's reduction, it wasn't a total elimination.
yeah, and the elimination of in floor to ceiling glazing in some areas. How's that? The efforts of the projection of light out.
And we should, I think we said something about the tinting as well.
We appreciated it. You could add that to B, Nicole. Please provide additional details on the non-reflective window treatment and tinting. Provide samples.
Yes. There you go.
Okay, spraying out.
I'm not sure if that's
It's not, you're almost there. Can we start a new comment and I'll try and dictate something to you and we'll see if I capture it. I just don't want to remove all that text and then have to retype it. Due to one, the extent of glazing uninterrupted I just need uninterrupted. Okay. I know it needs to be due to the extent of glazing uninterrupted by intermediate walls. And two, multiple structures of this type the light trespass
sorry.
It's not really trespass.
It's light trespass.
Okay. Yeah, light trespass is of concern, is still of concern.
Is that because it bounces?
Yeah, and because this was my comment, because I was talking about, the graphic they had showed, all this glazing together, and then they showed that building with little bits.
Yeah.
And so because of the way the interior is structured and everything, you just get that.
One big blob
land.
of light, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get in there.
Call it a blob of light versus just kidding.
Usually 16, 18 point.
It's kind of like an
Okay, so,
lantern versus the pin light. I thought the pin light.
we can't, I don't want to get into the discussion. I just want to get, I'm sorry. It's just, yeah, I think so. Is everybody okay with it through D? Are we good with that?
Yeah.
E should be the last thing.
And we should say that on so many projects.
Yeah.
I know.
Good.
I want to put something on our application. I'm going to sorry, this isn't, I'm going to talk to staff about putting something on our application saying that all the plans need to have
Yep.
a minimum font size.
Well, but it shouldn't be 18 point. The problem is that it depends on the size of the sheet. If you have a 30 by 42 sheet, you're going to need 18 or 20 point. If it's an 18 by 24, you could get away with 12 because it's what it is on the screen, you know, in size to the sheet. So it's tough to put a discrete number on it. Okay, so provide a landscape plan commensurate with the preliminary level of the architecture. Including materials, planting, irrigation details as needed.
You need to say willow. Elks.
Not, I didn't talk about it, so I can't edit it. We wanted the lighting details, what were that we wanted cut sheets, specifications, and for all exterior lighting, right? Lighting details and specifications for all exterior lighting. And I think that takes care of that one, right? And it was returned for preliminary.
With lighting and full package for preliminary.
I mean, theoretically, if they're coming back for preliminary, they should take another look at the application and the full list of things.
They should, but, okay. Number 7, we're almost there. 3 more. That, certain roofs light adjacent to the place inside the tomb. Okay. Oh, yeah, and we did say color board for all materials, so. Just say, be sure to submit a color board information. Perfect. You can say exterior light fixture. Fixtures, I guess I could say. My color and file details, okay. This one, I also said the landscape plan needs to be updated to the current floor plan. Okay. No, it's not really what I wanted to say there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I wanted you to do double duty. Just make sure that it's because he had an old land, he had the old floor plan, and that was really all I talked about. He was beyond he had preliminary and final. He didn't need to update the plan. He just no, he needed to provide a landscape plan that showed an updated floor plan. Yeah. Okay, that's it. 9. Yep. Provide overall height dimensions on elevations. No, I wanted them to depict the light fixtures on the elevations.
Well, didn't they then say that they were there?
Oh, and he said they were there. Provide a note on the elevations identifying the light fixtures. Okay, that's good. Yep. Is that it? And a color board on that one? You see anything else?
One of the things you have here is return preliminary final, and I noticed you're saying full board.
Yes, hers will just say preliminary final. The only time it makes a distinction is when it's on consent, and then it will say preliminary final on consent. I say full board because I want to be clear to them that they understand that we didn't stutter and mean consent.
You said call out the lights.
She got it. Thank you. Does that look good? I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Motion approved.
Did you jot it down?
Yes.
What is the legal thing that I
Thank
do?
you.
Thanks, Nicole. You wanna end everything or?
This is something.
Thank you,
weird.
Nicole.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Yes.